From the heart of Boulevard City in the majestic Riyadh, welcome to the first ever Riyadh season Saudi Arabia Darts Masters. Well, this is event 2 of the World Series and the benchmark has already been set. Michael van Gerwen, he picked up the first title in Bahrain. Can he make it back to back? Will we see one of the regional representatives rise up and cause a monumental upset? Or will we see for the very first time the Riyadh season bullseye? Well, one of the players could walk away with $200,000.
A very real and present danger.
A shrug of the shoulders for the young man who makes the extraordinary look routine.
Well, there's pressure on it. You can't give this man a chance.
Oh, absolutely stunning. He's in the zone all right. That is brilliant.
One of the toughest checkouts in the game, taken out with ease.
When he plays like that, it is a joy to watch. Well, that's real confidence for you. How about that?
We've crossed the Gulf from Bahrain to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Now in Riyadh, at the centre of Boulevard City, event 2 of the World Series of Darts begins here, as the world's best are joined by 8 regional qualifiers across the next 2 days. The players have arrived and the challenge ahead is unforgiving. The world's elite know nothing comes easy on this stage. 8 regional representatives are ready to disrupt, to surprise, to shock. And with a Riyadh season bullseye worth $200,000, every leg matters. Hello, good evening. The World Series is back, and for the very first time, we're in Riyadh for the Riyadh season. Here we are, aren't we? Saudi Arabia Darts Masters. It's so good to be here, isn't it, Webby, alongside Mark Webster here. Look, so much to look forward to. New destination, first of all. How great is it to bring the sport here?
Yeah, it's what the World Series is about. It's taking it to different territories, and this is another tick in the box. And we've got our best stars here, along with the regional qualifiers, and it should make for an exciting couple of days.
Look, we've seen the likes of boxing and snooker really take off here. So how much of it is a statement to bring darts here on a world stage, really?
Yeah, it is, but I think darts is thriving at the minute. I think it's the perfect time to bring it here. We've had the Luke Littler effect, but don't forget there's some other top stars as well. And like I said, the regional players having their say, and it'll culminate in what will be a brilliant couple of days. And
we've got to touch on the Riyadh season bullseye, because that's never been done before. So for people that don't know at home, what can we expect tonight, potentially?
Yeah, a little sub-challenge here. There's the standard tournament we have at the World Series, but there is that added incentive. If a player hits a 9-dart finish, they will receive $100,000. They then get a single dart at the bullseye. If they hit the bullseye, they then get another $100,000, $200,000 in total. So just 10 perfect darts. That's all they've got to do.
But on top of the financial incentive as well, it's about legacy too, being the first to do something in a different country as well. So how much will that be playing on the players' minds?
Yeah, these players are competitive in every tournament they play, and they want to tick off boxes before all their rivals. So primarily, they're here to win the event. They want to be the first ones to do it. But if they can do that challenge in the meantime, they'll have some serious bragging rights.
Fingers crossed. Look, we've got a huge 2026 on the World Series, so let's just give you an insight of where we will be visiting, which countries. As you know, we ticked it off in Bahrain at the start, where Michael van Gerwen picked up that title, and now we find ourselves in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia, for the Saudi Arabia Darts Masters. Then we move to Europe, to Copenhagen, and from there on, well, what a summer for sport as well, because we have the World Cup as well as the US Darts Masters in the Big Apple in New York. We then move on to Auckland, New Zealand, as well as Wollongong in Australia, and then we reach on to the finale, the World Series finals. Okay, well, so much to look forward to in 2026, as I mentioned, but we started the year off, the first event of the World Series in Bahrain, so let's just reflect and look what happened.
8 of the PDC's finest about to battle it out for the right to become the champion here in Bahrain.
It's going to take a special display for Price to get the better of the new key this evening.
A smile from Littler, a roar from Price, and the Iceman getting pumped up.
Here's an opportunity, missed by a fair bit there, Luke Littler, for a 4-1 lead, and he tidies up.
Luke Littler floundering.
Michael van Gerwen knocks out last year's champion. Some quite superb doubling from both players, but Nathan Aspinall knocks out Luke Humphries.
Double A for a Dutch demolition. Van Veen beats Noppert.
And on his 50th World Series of Darts appearance, Michael van Gerwen is into the final.
Van Veen for the match and a place in his first ever World Series of Darts final. A dream final here in Bahrain for Dutch darts.
Well, Michael waiting in the wings on the 130. Will he get the chance? He's going to get the chance. That was a wild last start from Van Veen. Will he be made to pay?
Oh, magnificent from Michael van Gerwen. He's got 2 darts for a 4-leg lead. He only needs 1 to get back within 1. And he gets it right in the bottom. It's 3 on the spin for Van Veen. Can the Green Machine do it? Michael van Gerwen is your Bahrain Darts Master 2026.
What a story that was in Bahrain, and we can't really start anywhere else in the final. Michael van Gerwen picking up his title in Bahrain, his 17th World Series of Darts title, and he looked like he had fun in the process, didn't he?
The whole tournament, I think, had a good demeanour. He looked focused, and he'd been disappointed with the World Championship and the exit to Gary Anderson, but he came here. He says he hasn't got a point to prove, but we all judge him on high standards, Michael van Gerwen, but he was excellent throughout that tournament. What impressed me the most as well, the finishing throughout. He stuttered and stumbled a little bit in the semi-final against Gerwen Price, but otherwise he was on point, he was getting out in front. And if you could say there's been a little weakness with Michael, is letting opponents back in the game. He didn't do that a couple of days ago in Bahrain, and it was a brilliant performance, and he was a deserved winner.
And what about his opponent in Jan van Veen? Because look, he's reached 2 finals in the fortnight, hasn't he? So great stuff from him as well. Yeah,
for Jan, a little disappointment you lose out in a final, but he acknowledged that the better player won. Maybe just left himself a little bit too much to do, chasing down Michael. He almost did it, but it was a spirited display from him in that final. And on the back of the World Championship, you could have got complacent, thinking, I'm in the top 4 now. I'm looking forward to the Premier League. But no, he came here to win. He came to Bahrain to win the tournament. Didn't quite get there, but he'll be a serious threat this weekend.
And you get a sense it will be a knocking on the door a few more times in 2026.
Of course, yeah. The standard he's playing at the minute, that's not going to be his last final. He's got such a high level, and who knows, he might be the winner here over the next couple of days.
And what about a touch on Gerwen Price against Littler? He knocked out the world champion, didn't he? So a sensational performance, really, from Gezi there, but he didn't really kick on, did he?
Controlled performance, I thought. He got out in front. I think it was crucial. He got that double breaker throw. He just kept Luke at arm's length, and he gets to Luke. Okay, Luke had the better than a lot of the times during the year, but Gerwen Price generally is very competitive against him. He could have beaten him at the Grand Prix, but he finally ends that winning streak of Luke. The only thing for Gerwen, he'd have been a little bit disappointed that he fell flat in the semi-final, but a lot of positives for him.
And we've got to touch on the regional representatives as well from last time out in Bahrain. I mean, they put on a tough show, didn't they? A tough task for the PDC players.
Yeah, I think a few of the players have a few regrets. I think Lawrence on our screen there, he had Nathan in all sorts of bother and just didn't hammer home the advantages. Alexis Toylo, very competitive against Michael. Even Manlock Leung in the opening round. Yes, he lost 6-2, but there was a period where he could have gone a couple of legs in front. The players, the regional qualifiers, when they get that chance to open up a bit of a lead, a couple of legs, they've got to take it, because it just puts their opponent under pressure, gives them a bit more confidence. They've got to be a little bit more clinical here.
Yeah, for sure. Well, let's have a look at what's coming your way tonight, the order of play this evening. Remember, round 1, best of 11 legs. So just looking at this lineup here, Webby, there's a few names that I'd want to pick out there. One of them being obviously Nathan Aspinall, Lawrence Ilagan. These two know each other pretty well by now.
They're getting sick of each other, aren't they? Yeah, they know each other's game inside and out. The last couple of games have been a real scrap. Both players will know what to expect. Alexis Toylo back on the big stage as well, taking on Gerwen Price. And it was good to see Michael back on the stage well after winning that title. But the challenge for Michael now against Nitin Kumar is go and win back-to-back, because that's always been the trouble for Michael over the last couple of years, the consistency. Go ahead and keep winning titles, and that'll be the challenge for him.
But he's in a good place right now, hasn't he? He's feeling really fit, he's ready, he's got confidence behind him, so I feel like 2026 he could unleash a big thing for Michael van Gerwen.
He's won an event, hasn't he? And you're going to be confident, you're going to have a bit of bounce coming here. #1 seed as well, so just to walk in the arena, that gives you a bit of confidence.
OK, Toylo, just quickly to touch on Toylo, Gerwen Price. Contrast in tempo there, will that pose a bit of an issue for Gerwen Price?
No, not at all. I think a lot's made of Alexis Toylo's pace. It's more the build-up to it. When he plays, he's quite quick. These are experienced players. They'll deal with different styles. Gerwen will be fine, I think.
And we've got to touch on Littler Lim, a repeat match-up as well for them two. How do you see this one panning out? Is it all smiles for Littler being drawn with Lim again?
Obviously, it's not the draw he wanted the World Championship, but he played really well in Bahrain, Luke. The first couple of legs, he started slowly, but then it was was a breathtaking performance. The 170 as well, which, yeah, look, it was a good moment for him to share the stage. There's a lot of respect there, but it was a brilliant performance from Luke Littler, and he just couldn't back it up in the quarterfinals. But, he's been on such a great run. Those performances are going to creep in, but another player, he'll want to bounce back.
Both entertaining, aren't they? But just to start with, opening the show, of course, we have Danny Noppert taking on Leung. Danny Noppert had a pretty special 2025, didn't he? 4 major semi-finals, but what does he need to do? What part of his game does he need to improve to get over the line?
Yeah, just kick on a little bit further. He's a consummate professional, Danny Noppert, and he just knuckles down. Omitted from the Premier League, be disappointed, point to prove. I think he'll have a really good year this year.
OK, just quickly, here's a little reminder of what is coming your way tonight.
I still love what I do. When I'm lifting that trophy, it still does a lot for me, and that gives me also the energy to keep pushing.
Who would you least like to share a room with?
Someone who gets up early and disturbs me, probably Michael Van Gerwen.
To be Dutch #1 on the rankings is of course fantastic, but you know, Michael showed yesterday what he's still capable of.
We have it, our first match ready to get underway. Is it going to be the Dutch #3 taking on Hong Kong's #1?
Welcome to Riyadh season. This is the Saudi Arabia Darts Masters. Firstly, would you please welcome from Hong Kong, it's the challenger, Man Lok Leung! And now his opponent from the Netherlands, the former UK Open champion, it's the Humphries, Danny Noppert!
Well, welcome along to the Global Theatre in Riyadh and a new addition to the World Series of Darts. As the PDC continues to grow with its global reach of events, Saudi Arabia welcomes 8 of the world's elite dart stars, including 5 world champions of the sport, along with 8 of the best Asian players on the circuit for this inaugural Saudi Darts Masters. Riyadh season promises not only the £30,000 first prize for the man who lifts the trophy tomorrow evening, we also have the prospect, as we mentioned earlier, of the first ever Riyadh season bullseye should a player get a 9-dart finish during this tournament. If you get perfection, that player gets one further 10th dart of the bull to try and double the $100,000 on offer just for hitting the 9. We'll start with one of 3 Dutchmen here, Danny Noppert, ranked 10th in the world, taking on the man in your picture, the dangerous, heavy-scoring Hong Kong star, Man Lok Leung, who does have a Dutchman as a prime scalp in his recent PDC adventures, having beaten Jan van Veen in the 2024 World Championship. Former world champ Mark Webster's hot-footed it from the stage to join me in our commentary position. We saw the 8 PDC elite players, Mark, make it through this stage without casualties in Bahrain last week, but if players like Leung here had improved even slightly on his doubling, we might have had a few more shocks, wouldn't we?
Yeah, I stand, but I think there was opportunities at times for the players to wrest a little bit of control the regional qualifiers, and they didn't do that. This gentleman on our screen, Man Lok, I felt that there was a chance to go 3-1 up against Jan, and had he done that, you never know what would have come of that contest, but they just got to be a bit more clinical when they get that chance, just to put their opponent under pressure. This is a really good opening tie.
First to 6 legs makes it through to the quarterfinals at the start of tomorrow's session. And straight away, Leung is popping in the 2 treble visits here. But it's Noppert who has the darts in this opening leg. Who is, we mentioned in our introduction, had a terrific 2025, made it up as far as number 6 in the world, but now down to 10th in the world at the moment. Another 2 treble visit from Leung. Bang on target for a break of throw in this first leg.
Yeah, he's well in control of this opening leg. First max 56 after 9 darts thrown.
You require 56.
Danny down to a finish, but this is what Manlock can do. This is what he did when he played Jan van Veen in that World Championship scalp a few years ago. That's an impressive opening leg against the darts. 11 dart break for Manlock.
That's much more like it compared to the doubling he had in Bahrain. Really struggled. Missed multiple. It was only 2 out of 14 attempts at double that he was successful with in his game against Jan van Veen, the man he beat at the World Championship 2 years ago. So he has a break of throw straight away, Manlock Leung from Hong Kong.
This is where he's got to go on the aggressive.
90.
Back that hold up with the break. Try and take control of the opening match here. He underwhelmed in the World Championships as well, Manlock, this year. What I thought would be a really good tie in the opening round against Ricky Evans, but Ricky won pretty comfortably. I thought it was a style that would suit with Manlock, but just didn't get to grips with Ricky.
97.
So he's still popping in the trebles early on here, Manlock Leung from Hong Kong. Helped Hong Kong to a first quarter-final in the World Cup of Darts last year with Lok Yin Lee, his compatriot.
Well, there's a great opportunity now for Manlock. Victorious on the Asian Tour in 2025 on a couple of occasions. He's one of those players as well that I'd really like to see take the next step. I think he's got everything in his arsenal to be a real talent. A good style, a good throwing action, a good pace, and there we see what he can do. Brilliant setup play. And heading for a 2-leg lead. Unless
it won't go for the freeze, so chance to back up what he did in the first leg. 8-8 for Leung. Nicely done. 100% on his double so far. This is much better already than his performance on the outer ring last week in the Bahrain Darts Masters. And Manlock Leung putting the freeze under pressure early on.
16.
It's only early stages, but it equates to an average over 111 for Manlock. And he's finding that first dart. I'm not sure what happened there. He's stepping back as if he didn't mean to go for the ball.
Yeah. Doing exhibition stuff in the first throw.
105.
He'll be a little, be extremely disappointed because the first dart was perfect to follow for Manlock. Likes to be above that top, just below that top wire and work his way.
16.
When he knocked out Jan van Veen from the World Championship a couple of years ago, he hit 11 180s, which was a record for a first round match. Really did catch the eye with that performance at the Alexandra Palace, and his treble scoring here so far is almost immaculate.
Yeah, there's a proper player in there, isn't there? He's a real beneficiary of the Asian Tour, being invited to these World Series events as well. He's been in the World Championship on a few occasions now. Plays in the World Cup. It is a big commitment, though, to come over and play on the main tour. He's got to time it right. So more experience needs to be gained. But showing what he can do when he's at it here, Manlock, and he's heading for a 3-leg lead.
Yet another 2 treble visit from Leung sets him up nicely for this potential 1-2-8, and the treble 18 is hit, and another single 18. So he's got 1 dart at double 16, and he's going to set it up. Sorry, for tops. So Noppert way back, 2-2-5 less these.
Yeah, and in a position where he could tee up, there was no reason to sort of bring the ball into play, and he's been able to lay up. And this is some start from Manlock. Brilliant dart, brilliant leg, and a brilliant performance so far. Average of 110, a couple of breaks of throw. 3 from 4 on the doubles. We had no qualifiers get through in Bahrain, but unless Danny Noppert can stop this barrage, Manlock is going to find himself in tomorrow's quarterfinals. He's halfway there.
Well, Danny, we mentioned what a great year he had in 2025, getting to the Masters semi-final, the Grand Prix semis, the Euros, the Grand Slam semi-finals. Lost the Hungarian Open final to Nico Springer in September as well.
137.
But right here, Manlock Leung is giving him the sternest possible examination at the start of this Saudi Darts Masters. And another trebleless visit for the Freeze.
Yeah, and that indicates that you don't really get that from Danny much as well. It's just not happening. He can't settle. His opponent has settled and some.
He pops in 100 in the end there, just to help himself along. But Leung still finds himself half a dart ahead here, and he will be down to a finish with a treble.
58.
Not his best bit of counting, that, Manlock.
No.
Should have been back upstairs. But he's going to be okay.
57.
6 darts for a 4-leg lead.
Well, you can't ask for more than this as one of the Asian qualifiers to make it here, to be in such a strong position against the top 10 player. Slightly wayward with that dart at Bull, but he's on a finish now.
A little bit of indecision in his last 6 darts here, Manlock.
79. You require 121.
And he'll feel confident he's probably got a couple of visits. Treble 17 for the ball. May not need those couple of visits.
80.
It's worth a shot. So treble 15 would leave double top, but only single.
129.
It's the worst leg of the match so far. But if it does go the way of Manlock, he should get 2 darts at a double for a 4-leg lead. He knows how important this is. Taking a little step back, little nod of the head. This is big. And he's missed a trick here. Offering Danny a way back into the match.
Inside, double 4 for Noppert to get something on the board here.
12.
Hasn't done it. Opportunity knocked there for Danny Noppert. He didn't take it, and now Leung, 3 more darts in hand at double 16 for a 4-0 lead.
It's a scrappy leg, and that seems to have kicked right. Yeah, that looks awkward for Manlock. Well, it's all become a bit of a mess, this leg. 24 darts thrown for Manlock Leung on his own throw.
Game show.
And finally, Danny Noppert gets something to show for his efforts. And what Manlock Leung doesn't want to happen here, Webby, is what happened in the previous World Series event where his doubling let him down. I mentioned 2 successful darts at 14 at the outer ring, and we're now 3 from 10.
Yeah, and that's where it got unravelled slightly. He went on to lose the match 6-2, which indicates that there was no bother for Jan, but there was an opportunity in Bahrain for Manlock to lead 3-1. He's just got to settle himself back in here. He's still got a breaker throw advantage. But signs that Danny's starting to settle now.
125.
A new venue. And Manlock Leung has this terrific advantage here, halfway to knocking out the number 10 in the world. But Noppert's been in situations like these before. Noppert, fresh off the back of that dramatic defeat
78.
to Justin Hood at the World Championship, where he had a match start to beat Happy Feet.
Yeah, one of, if not the game of the tournament. Danny very unfortunate as Manlock fires in his 2nd max. It's getting back in the leg. Danny's looking really comfortable. Still should be fairly comfortable from here.
98.
So he's in good position here, Noppert, to get back within a leg. Leung trying to follow up that maximum. That's a good treble 17 to help him out, but Noppert should clean this up.
It can get tricky, 60 though, especially the way Danny's darts land. Opted not to move, and the right decision. This is more like it from Danny. Back-to-back legs, but that could be a real turning point. Not that leg, the previous leg. Manlock having plenty of opportunities for a 4-leg lead, and now all of a sudden, 3-2.
It's a good start, though. The psychology of what can happen to a player like Manlock, with the memory of what happened with his poor doubling in Bahrain fresh in the memory, could easily be playing on his mind, but that's a poor start to this 6th leg for Danny Noppert.
Danny has got himself back in the match, but Manlock's building himself up a steady lead in this leg.
85.
Loose for that last start from Danny.
One of the players that wears earplugs when he's up on that stage, Danny Noppert, to block out extraneous noise. I can just about read that. Good visit from Noppert, just to put a bit of pressure on Leung here. He is still 20-odd points ahead and get down to a finish, surely, if he stays straight, and does.
Well, it was around about this sort of stage that it unravelled in the 4th leg, Manlock. He just stuttered, and he left 166, and he didn't build on that, and in the end, the leg got messy, and that's what got Danny a foothold in the tie.
You go require 145.
So, coming downstairs, picks off the treble 19, treble 16 for double top. So close.
25.
It was a great effort.
Require 133.
Big ask this for Danny. So more opportunities for Manlock to restore a 2-leg cushion. Led 3-0. He's being pegged back.
You require 20.
Not much of a marker. A little closer, but not much. Big dart for Manlock Young for a 4-2 lead. And the same result as the first two.
And you require 84.
We're all very much in the same position for Manlock. This for 3 apiece. Bullseye for Noppert. Wayward.
Well, we've been here before with Manlock Young. He had 3 darts in hand at double 16 and didn't take them, but that's much better. And a 2-leg lead is established once again by the man from Hong Kong.
60.
A celebration, but there'll be an element of relief in that dart as well. He's done a lot right in this match, Manlock. His average down around about 90 now. But the early stages were breathtaking. So a couple of legs around about 110. Obviously been a drop-off with 11 darts, missed the doubles, but still has that breaker-through advantage.
If you can just keep the 2 treble visits going as he was doing earlier in the contest, then there's very little that Noppert can do unless the double trouble gets into his head later in legs. But Noppert hasn't put in a maximum yet. We've had 2 from Young, and Noppert's average is barely 80.
It's patchy from Danny. He made a real slow start. Those 3 legs are really damaging. Yeah, there we see the average. About 80.5. Not what we associate with Danny Noppert. Manlock. Shake of the head again there for Danny. This is a huge opportunity now for Manlock to get 3 legs in front again, and what a crucial time to do it.
Again, a 2 treble visit at the very least, and a brilliant pick-off of 17s. Superbly done to get down to double 16 for a 5-2 lead.
Really decisive, that visit from Manlock.
You require 32.
Now just that blocked the bed a bit, Webby.
Yeah, it has. He's just shuffled to the right, hasn't he?
Game sharpness, 7th leg.
Benefit from a deflection there, hasn't he? What a position he's in now, throwing for the place in tomorrow's quarter-final, and a potential clash with either Nathan Aspinall or Lawrence Ilagan.
Yeah, they meet once again a little later this evening, having met in Bahrain. We've also got Luke Littler against Paul Lim matching up once again. Stephen Bunting take on Tomoyo Goto next, and that might be sooner rather than later because Danny Noppert is fighting to stay in this tournament against this man from Hong Kong,
60,
who is looking in a prime position here, although a trebleless visit doesn't help him. 11 trebleless visits apiece in this one.
Danny will keep fighting. This is some task he's got here. Manlock eager to get it done. Doesn't want to invite drama here. Got himself in a brilliant position. Opened up with 3 legs without reply, was pegged back, but has now got a double break advantage.
Well, he's down to a finish, Danny. What sort of pressure can Leung provide? Not much with a wayward 2 darts. That's a poor visit.
And he requires 135.
Noppert with a bit of time to wrestle back one of those breaks.
59.
Well, we all want a 9-darter, especially the player that gets it if there's $200,000 on offer. Now, Noppert wants double 8. Cross to the other side of the board. Oh, just bent the wire. So close, but he'll be back.
Yeah. But the setup play, another treble 19 for Manlock.
95.
On this occasion, there's pressure on it for Danny. Just to peg a leg back, and he gets it. There's a breaker throw, though. Manlock still with a bit of work to do. Good response from Danny.
And he wants to get on with it at the start of leg 9. Danny Noppert.
39.
It's a while since he's won on the Pro Tour, on the Players' Championship Tour, April 2024. The last time he was successful in the bread and butter tournaments that pepper the PDC calendar. Danny Noppert wanting a strong start to 2026 the way he started 2025. But at the moment,
56.
Treblers' visits are piling up for him. And Manlock Leung just trying to stay straight here. And another 2 treble visit, Mark Webster.
Yeah, he's just not looked settled in the whole match, Danny. He couldn't have done a great deal about the opening few legs from Manlock. He came out the blocks really well. There's a lot of head shaking going on from Danny, and that's not something we associate with him. It's just been very stop-start. And when you're just constantly chasing in a match, it's like you're under the cosh all the time.
Not quite a finish for Manlock Leung, but Noppert is way back here and not able to pressurise the score whatsoever.
Just shuffling, he just wants that 140 ideally. But he's way ahead in the leg. A really good last start. There's going to be match starts incoming. You might have a few of them if needed. Danny's looking a beaten man.
Yeah, the way those darts are being thrown, it's almost an admission that this game is beyond him. So, the man from Hong Kong needs 80 points. Double top for a surprise in our first match.
60.
Not to be at the moment.
He will be back, and all Danny can do is hit and hope. He's not really managed to get his average out the low 80s. He's just dipped below it now, Danny. The performance to forget if Manlock can convert this double 10.
You require 20.
Great marker, just a bit of movement. Too far inside though. 1 dart left. And double 5 is hit, and Manlock Leung causes a shock in our first match at the inaugural Saudi Arabia Darts Masters. Danny Noppert, the world number 10, is ousted by the man from Hong Kong, who wins by 6 legs to 3. Congratulations to him. He will take on the winner of Nathan Aspinall and Ilagan. And so we have a surprise result to kick things off here in Riyadh. Plenty more to come tonight, with more Asian stars looking to upset the PDC elite the way that Manlock Leung has just done with Danny Noppert.
huge news to start the night. Well, man Lock Leung sends Danny Noppert packing 6 legs to 3. So our first player of the night through to the quarterfinals. What a moment of history for Hong Kong's #1. So why don't we hear from him, who's with Lewis Wood Thompson backstage.
Okay, Manlock Leung, a 6-3 win there over Danny Noppert. You must be delighted with that.
Yeah, very happy. I can on the stage play my best. Yeah.
And of course, a first win on a PDC stage in Saudi Arabia. That is a moment of history for you, isn't it?
Yeah, they're a big win for me. Yeah, because the first match and get a first win.
How was your preparation going into this game? Have you experienced any of Saudi Arabia? How did you prepare coming into this match?
Have a good dinner and sleep well.
Perfect. We'll see you in the next round. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yes, all smiles from him, understandably. Well, 1 down and 7 more coming your way. And next, a 2-time winner on the World Series in 2025, Stephen Bunting versus a 2-time World Championship qualifier, Tomoya Goto.
Welcome back to Riyadh season, the Saudi Arabia Darts Masters. And now, would you please welcome from Japan, it's GT Tomoya Goto! And now his opponents from England, a former Masters champion, it's the Bullet, Stephen Bunting!
Well, the Japanese 29-year-old Tomoya Goto, second up on the stage to try and cause an upset. We have just seen only the 3rd Asian winner in World Series history with that win for Manlock Leung against Danny Noppert. What chance, Mark Wilson, of Stephen Bunting suffering the same fate as Danny Noppert's just suffered?
Yeah, I guess, good evening, everybody. I'm sure Stephen will have been watching backstage and hoping that he doesn't suffer a similar fate. He was very prolific at the start of 2025. He'll be hoping he can regain that form here in Saudi Arabia. But Tomoya Goto will be hoping to follow in the footsteps of Manlock Leung. Impressive in that win earlier on. Can Goto follow him in here? May need to improve on the average that he's shown over the last 12 months, but no doubting the man is making just his 2nd World Series of Darts appearance, has got the ability. Did beat Ian White at the World Championships a couple of years back, so he can play on the big stage, but can he do it here tonight? And Bunting, I think, might have his hands full this evening.
First leg, Stephen, the throw
well,
first.
but he played in Bahrain at the Bahrain Darts Masters a couple of years ago, Mark. He did average 94 against Rob Cross. So he's got it in him when the TV cameras are on him to put in big performances. We didn't see him at the World Championship this past month. But it's a race to 6 in these first round matches. Bunting has the honour in the odd-numbered legs.
40.
And trebless visits to kick us off from both inside the Global Theatre here in Riyadh.
Yeah, winner of this one will take on Michael van Gerwen, winner in Bahrain last week, or Nitin Kumar, who is a call-up for the absent Paolo Nebreda. Crowd seem to be enjoying themselves here at the Global Theatre tonight. Busy night.
100.
8 first-round ties. And then the quarter-final, semi-final and finals tomorrow night.
And there's Bunting's first maximum of the night. Went out in the World Series of Darts finals towards the end of last year in Amsterdam to Danny Noppert, who we've just seen dispatched by Manlock Leung. But he failed to defend his Bahrain Darts Masters trophy last week, Bunting. Lost to MVG in the quarter-finals.
Yeah, doubles were the trouble, weren't they? Well, we want a big fish. We'd like to see a 9-darter. We're getting greedy, aren't we? But the signs are early on here that Bunting in for a pretty routine hold of throat to take out the opening leg here. Topsy needs tops right in the middle of the bed. That'll calm any early nerves for the bullet.
Nice 13-dart hold for Bunting to get things going. So let's see what Tomoyo Goto is like on his own throw. Desperate to make an impression. He was brought in as one of the 2 qualifiers who didn't perform in Bahrain last week. He's got to retrieve a dart he's just accidentally dropped. Oh, and a helping hand from his opponent. Staying on the 19s.
Well, you look at Goto, he's reached 11 Asian Tour finals, only managed to win 3 of them, and that maybe would suggest that on the biggest of the big stages he hasn't quite been able to deliver his brilliant best, but he's certainly got his supporters here in Saudi Arabia, and they're hoping that he can follow in the footsteps of Manlock Leung. Bunting has made a pretty steady start, truth be told. He's playing okay at the moment.
He is averaging best part of 110 with his 3-dart average. Goto once got close to that average himself at an Asian Tour event in Seoul 2 or 3 years ago, averaging 109 in the end. But at the moment, Bunting, if he can get his... Oh, that's a poor visit. Just kind of trying to seize the initiative there, Stephen. But it's back in the arms of Tomoyo Goto to take this leg.
16.
But a trebless visit again for the Japanese.
Yeah, history-making night, and they're proud that they're involved here in Riyadh. Bunting, who knows that 5.19s here leave him the big fish finish, and he does a little bit better than that. Great visit from the bullet, and he's got a good early chance to break here. And Goto's up to press. His first hasn't been great. That's more like it for him. Now looks to fill it up for a max. Not quite, but keeps him more than in the leg.
A myriad of ways that you can go from 1-3-2. So maybe treble 19 will be the next target. Only single 19 hit. Lovely last start from Bunting. But this could go for Goto.
Yeah, tops. What can he see? That dart stood up. Can he get over the top of it? No, he can't, and that was the problem. That dart just stood up, didn't it, when it hit the board, and it was a problem he couldn't get round. So bullet then for a 2-0 lead. Bunting looking at 2.14s. And that again is nicely found. The bullet on target on the doubles leads 2-0.
Had his best ever year last year in terms of prize money earned, Stephen Bunting. Won the Nordic Darts Masters and got to the final in the Dutch and Polish PDC events, as well as Euro Tour wins in Basel and in Riesa. It's just the Premier League where he struggled most weeks. Did manage to get one nightly win in the end in the Premier League, and he's back in this year.
100.
He'll want to do much, much better in the weekly jamboree around the UK and Europe.
Yeah, well, and the perception, when you actually look at his overall year, he had a really good year, but he was excellent in the opening part of it and not so good at the end of it. And he's got to find those big performances that he had at the start of 2025. Get his eyes on some major prizes. Former Masters champion. He'll be going there at the end of this month, hoping to regain the title. Chasm between the averages at the moment, and Bunting is on top as we stand.
59.
There were a few instances last week where some of the elite players actually started playing their opponents in terms of their average and got distracted by the way that their opponents were not heavily scoring. But that's better from Goto, sticking to the 19s and getting down to a finish.
Yeah, well, we've seen plenty of big fish signs already here in Riyadh. Are they going to get one delivered on a platter by Tomoyo Goto?
160.
There we go, I'm not sure about that.
I've seen notes for teacher, but not held up to a television camera before. Lots of luck with that. Oh, he'll have to come back again if he gets the chance.
60.
110 left, so Bunting for 3-0 here.
Yeah, I think that's the problem for tomorrow. That first dart too often has been too high. Bunting, treble 20 will leave the bull. He's got it. Bullseye for a 3-0 lead for the Bullet. Just off target.
So you would sense even at this early stage, this could do with going for Tomoyo Goto. 90 left. He's staying up there. One dart at double 15.
80.
Not that far off. But Bunting can now clean up, has to burn a dart to get to a double. 9 for double 8 it will be for the man from Merseyside.
Game shown the third
his doubling's excellent so far, 3 out of 4. Very neat and tidy so far from the Bullet. 3-zip.
Yeah, that was the first start we've seen the Japanese man have had a double. But if he can hit more scores like this, he's in with a better chance. Needed that, but double 8 for Stephen Bunting means he's very much in the ascendancy here as he looks to set up a tie with Michael van Gerwen or Nitin Kumar.
97.
These two have never met before. In fact, Mark and I, we were looking through the list of games, and most matches, apart from the two obvious ones, are first ever meetings between the two protagonists, apart from Little Lim and Ilagan Aspinall, who are on the bill tonight.
Yeah, Nathan Aspinall up next. His mate Lawrence Ilagan, 3 times in a month now. We said in Bahrain he'd be sick of the sight of him. Well, he's going to see him again tonight, that is for sure. And here, Goto needs to get going here. Once again, that first start better. Would love to follow it in with another one. Comes for cover, doesn't find it. It's okay, but Bunting's still in the leg.
96.
Very appreciative crowd out there in the theatre for a first ever PDC visit to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
100.
Good last start there, gets him down to a finish. Goto. And he's got to find the finish here.
100.
He can hit the treble with the first start, gives him a plethora of options. Shot still on. Oh, can't find the treble, so Bunting will be back. It's an outside chance, but it's one he'll feel is achievable if the first start's good.
Should be full of confidence the way he's finishing at the moment. Get on off the mark here.
58. Tomoyo requires.
I want to make sure he doesn't block the double top bed like he did before, as Mark mentioned. Well, he's gone too far the other way. One dart back at tops. Oh, and again, failure on the outer ring costs Tomoyo Goto.
Yeah, got to stay straight here, Bunting. As he going bull first, well, that leaves him needing a treble, and that is a poor start to the visit from Bunting. And I guess that was the danger. If you go that way and miss even the outer bull, you've got yourself a problem. 2 10s then. I'd be glad he's not looking at tops, I think, the way those darts have been going in. Now he needs 2 5s. Well, that was a safe dart. Got to get this, you feel, and more darts missed here. And the Japanese star is in trouble now.
Oh, another wayward dart. 72 left. He's again made a bit of a Horlicks of that as Stephen Bunting. Handy initiative back to Goto. Where's he going to go? 1 for double 2, it would appear. Oh, he's hit 20 and busted his score. Stay straight, that's all you got to do in those instances, Mark.
Yeah, he's left himself a big problem here. And Bunting, you feel, he's not going to hang around. He's going to make him pay. For a 4-0 lead, that looks pretty friendly. It was pretty friendly. And Bunting steps in after the man from Japan fluffs his lines on multiple occasions. And you just felt his nerves earlier in the match, blocking that tops bed. It clearly put him off. And, well, you wonder now if the end is nigh for Goto.
Yeah, he overcompensated on that single 20. But he's looking to respond here. Oh, fantastic, back-to-back maximums. Hang on. Get that bullseye board ready. Well, not for Stephen anyway.
Well, we all expected one of the big PDC names to nail the 9. It might be one of our Asian competitors, but not on this occasion. Well, a life-changing moment it would be for one of those players if they were to pick up the initial $100,000.
Well, 2 of the Asian qualifiers do have 9 darters to their name. Paul Lim, famously hitting a televised 9-darter at a World Championship, and Lawrence Ilagan, who's up next against Nathan Aspinall, has got himself a 9 during his professional career. Slightly behind Michael van Gerwen with 30.
Just. Right, 164 then for the bullet. Going the old school route, can't find the treble 18, and well, for the first time tonight has dropped his dart. Now it's all about the setup.
90.
Can't find the treble, but he'd take that.
Tomoya require 121.
1-2-1 then. 11 or the treble. Hits the big number. Needs the bullseye for a first leg. Line decent, but too high.
Stephen requires 68.
Now, can Bunting be a bit more clinical from this point? Last leg, he was pretty wayward and got lucky. There's the treble 20, double 4. That is clinical. That is how you do clutch finishing. Bunting's 1 leg away from safe passage through to the quarterfinals. And Tomoya Goto can only start thinking of what might have been.
Yeah, Bunting played OK against Van Gerwen in Bahrain, but he did miss a lot of doubles. On this display, he's 5 from 7. He's going well on the outer ring, Stephen Bunting. And he's 1 leg away from a clean sweep.
100.
So what's Goto got left in the tank at this point?
Well,
this game hasn't been littered with trebleless visits, but he could have done with keeping pace with Bunting at this point in proceedings.
85.
Yeah, there you go. Just a couple more trebleless visits for the man from Japan. Not a problem in this visit. Oh, this looks inviting. Very inviting. Beautiful. Second max for Goto.
Marshall doing the power of good. Can he get a leg on the board? Just to ask a question of the bullet here.
Tomoya require 136.
This would be a nice way to do it. He's missed all 6 of his efforts that have finished so far. Knows he'll be back here. Right. You can almost see he doesn't want to leave tops.
96.
Well, that's what he's left.
Local support for the bullet, but he can't take out 2-2. Can he get down to a... He can get down to a 1-2-2 finish if he comes back. Big moment for Tomoyo Goto. Tops he needs. Tops he gets, and he's on the mark. So he avoids the clean sweep, almost apologetic, walking back to his table. But there you go, he's on the board, Tomoyo Goto.
Suggest not. Bunting here, who's averaging early 90s. Very good on his doubling. He's done so far what he's had to do. But can Tomoyo find some scoring of his own?
You sense he's going to need more than that. Oh, Bunting looking really strong on these latter stages with the scoring phase. Well, he's got a mountain to climb here, Tomoyo Goto, at this point. Bunting's just looking very consistent. Down to a finish, potentially 3 darts away from the quarterfinals.
Yeah, but really good leg of darts. And nothing that Goto can do here, so Bunting's going to get 2 cracks at the 1-2-1. He'd like to do it at the first time of asking. He'd like to do it in style with his first ton plus finish of the match. Hits the ball this time. Can't find the treble 13, but he'll be back very handy indeed. And looks like the bullet going through safely here in Saudi Arabia.
Goto desperate to apply some pressure, but that is nothing like pressure.
17.
Oh dear, it's gone to pop at the wrong time completely for Tomoyo Goto. So 2 8s for Stephen Bunting. There it is, and Stephen Bunting sees off Tomoyo Goto with very little fuss in the end. It's through to the quarterfinals at this inaugural Saudi Darts Masters. Nathan Aspinall is next up on stage against a man he's had a very familiar run-in with over the past month or two. Ilagan is his opponent, next up on stage here at the Saudi Darts Masters.
Yes, hello, welcome back. Easy work for Stephen Bunting, wasn't it? Who's cruised into the quarterfinals after that 6-1 win over Japan's Tomoya Goto. 67% on his doubles there, just over 93 average. So there we have it, the second player of the night through to finals night, and confirmed the Bullet will face the winner of last week's champion, Michael van Gerwen, and Nitin Kumar. So just looking at that, let's scroll back to the opener of the night. Leung defeated Danny Noppert 6 legs to 3 in that shocker, and will face the winner of this next match. So next, a repeat of their clash in Bahrain last week. The Nathan Aspinall takes on the gunner in Ilagan.
Welcome back to Riyadh season. This is the Saudi Arabia Darts Masters. And now would you please welcome from the Philippines, it's the gunner, Lawrence Ilagan! Former UK Open and World Match Play champion, it's the Asp, Nathan Aspinall!
Nathan Aspinall, former US darts master, looking for a second World Series of Darts title, and he's coming up against a familiar face in Lawrence Ilagan. Third time that these two have met in just the last month. They met at the World Championships, and Nathan was quick to admit that Lawrence was a bit of a problem for him, but he got rid of him in the end. Look at that average, just under 96 for the year, a year that last year saw him win 3 European Tour titles. Very much a year of progress for Aspinall. Can he continue that here in Riyadh? Played well in Bahrain last week, where he met this fella in the opening game, and you see the difference in the averages over the years. But Ilagan is a 2-time Asian Championship winner, back-to-back over the last couple of years, so he can play, but it's not a style that sits well with Nathan Aspinall, and whenever they do meet Mark Webster, Aspinall's had his hands full with a Filipino.
Yeah, he doesn't enjoy playing Lawrence, doesn't he? Although he's successful when he plays and he's made to work. Even at the World Championship, when he won 3 sets to 1, finished in style with that 170, Lawrence was waiting in the wings, and had he not gone, they could have been scrapping out in a deciding set. But Aspinall has found a way, knows what to expect. It'll be another battle, you feel, here with Lawrence Ilagan.
Yeah, that would be the case. Winner of this one may have been expecting to face Danny Noppert tomorrow night, but it'll be Leung, who won earlier on. And a good start for Ilagan. He's clearly got his supporters here as well.
17.
He's obviously very capable, Lawrence. But the TV form doesn't make good reading, the big stage form. He's on the Asian Tour, very successful. When it comes to that big stage, no victories on the World Series. This is 5th game on the World Series stage, 3 in Bahrain, 1 in Shanghai. He's played at the World Championship a ruck of times, and just a solitary victory, well, in a prelim over Jamie Lewis, and he beat Roby John as well.
Yeah, that just made Nathan chuckle there. The crowd have been so respectful tonight. As we just saw a glimpse of some fans who recognise themselves on the TV. They went crazy, like you would normally at the darts, and it just brought a chuckle to Nathan's face there. Didn't put him off in any way, but it's a different crowd. It's a respectful crowd. They're giving the players the respect they deserve, but they are starting to grow into the event here.
Yeah, getting a bit vocal here. There was a good welcome for Lawrence, but it's Nathan looking to get him down.
Lawrence record 161.
Puts it down to a 2 darts. He's done that. Big ask for Lawrence here to take the opening leg. Yeah, that's a bit of a flyer for Ilagan.
Can't find a treble, so Aspinall with an opportunity here to take out the opening leg.
A good first start from Nathan. Neither a mark or a blocker, but he finds his way to double 16, and that's a really efficient opening leg from Nathan. 15 darts, hold the throw.
Yeah, just what he wanted. He want to hit the ground running here. He knows that Ilagan will hang around if he gives him that opportunity. Ilagan did have a couple of darts to beat Aspinall in Bahrain a couple of years ago. So there's a clear and present danger here for Aspinall, and one he's got to be more than aware of.
Looking pretty comfortable, Nathan, early doors here. Said all the right things as well after being omitted from the Premier League. We want players to be disappointed, but again, the attitude was, I'll just go ahead, have a good season, and he'll, of course, be in the talk come selection in 12 months' time.
Yeah, I'm with you. I thought he gave a really good, really honest interview. I think one thing you do expect off Nathan is honesty, and maybe admitted he was fortunate to get in last year and less fortunate not to get in this year.
Yeah, and I just think on the balance of the rankings as well, Nathan with not a great deal to defend, a solid year, he just naturally go up the rankings, and he's that sort of player that thrives on the Premier League, and I'm certain he'll be back.
Yeah, well, he's got a chance here if he can rustle up a couple of trebles to put the Ilagan throw under a little bit of early pressure here. And that is exactly what he does.
Yeah, down to 161 after 9 here, Nathan. Shoulder that last start from Lawrence, just really trying to force it. It didn't come off.
Yeah, he's an animated character, Ilagan. Aspinall trying to reduce the required finish next time, and that last start will certainly do that. And he knows he'll be coming back for a goal at the 70 for an early break.
I'm not sure sometimes that animated version of Lawrence can be to his detriment. We said that the big stage record isn't great. You just can't take that away from the player. He's got bounce. It's got purpose. But it's Nathan who's making all the early running. Looking for a 2-leg lead. And finds a 2-leg lead. That's it. Another 15-dart leg.
Third leg, Nathan throw first.
And break the throw. But Nathan looking to set up a clash with Manlock Leung in tomorrow's quarterfinals.
Yeah, you did wonder, didn't you, once we saw Danny Noppert bundled out in the opening game, what the impact would be on the rest of the elite PDC stars. But they've been served notice here, and Bunting came out with a very good performance, and the signs are Aspinall's going to do exactly the same here.
I genuinely think, and this is no detriment to Danny, the players will sort of like, okay, relax. We're not the first one to go here, and that's a horrible way of looking at it. And that's the feeling you can get at these World Series events for these players. They go there, and they're playing against players that are very capable, but they're massive favourites, and you don't want to be one to lose. So the fact that Danny's gone has kind of took the edge off for Stephen, who put in a good performance, and early indications Nathan's really relaxed here.
Yeah, he's playing some nice stuff. Into the third leg, and he's over 101 on the averages. He's got a healthy lead in this third leg. And a no trouble visit from Ilagan, who's had 4 more than Nathan so far. And there's a big difference in the averages. And again, Aspinall finds a big trouble with his last start in hand.
He's taking control of the match, Nathan. Would have expected. Nathan with a smile again. The Lawrence fans realising they're on the TV. And Nathan again wasn't affected like on the previous occasion, he just laps it away.
The crowd have been very respectful, but they're starting to learn about the darts here in Riyadh, and they're enjoying their night. Aspinall's enjoying his, he'll be enjoying it even more if he can take out tops. Not quite.
17.
Well, he will be back because Ilagan's left himself on a no finish.
We always talk about timing in darts, and the timing of Nathan's misses shouldn't be too harmful. He's going to get more in hand here. Pressure now, though. This to go halfway to the quarterfinals. Good opening 3 legs here from Nathan.
Lots of Filipino fans in here. Well, they're not enjoying the outcome so far. Their man yet to get a leg on the board. Lawrence Ilagan.
42.
This very much feels like an approach from Nathan, that is. I don't want to mess around in this tournament. A few days ago, it was all a bit too close for comfort against Lawrence, as it was 12 months ago in Bahrain.
Yeah, he's played some good stuff. Played well in Bahrain. We want to go and get to another final. Got to the US Darts Masters final at Madison Square Garden last year. Lost out to Luke Humphries on that occasion. Seems remarkable. It's 7 years ago he won his first ever World Series of Darts final, and he's not had one since.
He got to the New Zealand Darts Masters final just a couple of weeks after winning the World Match Play a few years ago, and he was in huge control of that final as Rob Cross had a double breaker throw and was pegged back. But a player of his ability is always going to be in the mix.
Well, he's shown, hasn't he, on the European Tour in the last 12 months that he's got more than enough to win multiple matches in one day, and that's what we'll be looking at if he's back tomorrow. Quarter-final, semi-final, final.
UK Open champion as well. As a real test on the final day. It was the big launching pad for Nathan 4 months on from getting to the semi-finals of the World Championship, and from there he's been one of the top performers ever since. Had some challenges in his career as well. There's real concerns about an arm injury a few years back, but everything's really settled now. The throwing action looks good as well, and everything's positive for the Asp.
Certainly is, but Lawrence Ilagan just can't get anything going here at the moment. He's way below where he would have expected to be here. Shot is still on. Now, doesn't need to do anything fancy with Ilagan not on a finish. Won't be happy with that second dart, but he'll be more pleased with that third one, and he's nice and easy on a finish.
A bit underwhelming here from Lawrence. Looking to stack on top of that dart. And that's how he likes to operate if he's not in the treble, just work his way. Taps the shoulder of Nathan, but this for 4-0. It is 4-0. Couple of 15s, couple of 16 dart legs. It's looking pretty routine for Nathan.
Yeah, and barring that last leg where he had 2 darts at tops and needed a second visit, he's been visit perfect. He's not happy with that dart. Hit the other one and crashed to the floor, so a little bit of an opening here. Look at that, Ilagan yet to have a go at a double. That's been such a domination that Aspinall has had.
And on the flip, Nathan really solid, 4 from 7 on the doubles.
59.
Too many treble-less visits for the Filipino.
96.
And a really solid game so far from Nathan Aspinall.
Good last start. He wouldn't have been happy with the first 2. Finds a way through. Lawrence Ilagan needs to make his move, and quickly.
44.
A mountain to climb here.
Yeah, he has. Just can't get any purchase with that first dart. Now he's got to come running for cover and doesn't find it. And Aspinall will fill here with a good couple of visits. That'll be one away from the match. And that's exactly what he does. Two treble visit again.
Lawrence's counter wasn't great earlier on in the match to leave a 1-6-6. He's gone the right way. The execution's not there on this occasion.
42.
Hasn't looked his fluent self, Lawrence, on that stage this evening.
Oh, but this fella's looked quite at home. Is he going to fill it up to leave double six? He will. Aspinall with the first maximum of the game. And he's now within touching distance of the quarterfinals.
Should have switched to 25 as last out of ball there, Lawrence Ilagan. You'd feel the way Nathan's been finishing, he may not have got an opportunity.
No score.
There we are. On the rare occasion Nathan misses with three in hand, Lawrence isn't in striking distance.
And that is, it's an error, isn't it? It's plain and simple, it's an error. If he hits the outer bull, he's on a finish. He didn't hit it, he didn't go for it. Take two then for Nathan. This time no messing around. And he's now one away from the meeting with Manlock Leung. Michael Van Gerwen fans are in. We'll be seeing him, the Bahrain champion. He'll be on next against Nitin Kumar, the Indian who became the first Indian player to win at the World Championships in December.
Yeah, against the Dutchman as well, Richard Veenstra. But a serious challenge for Nitin, who got a late call to replace Paolo Nebreda.
131.
There's quite a few people only here for a 9-dart, I would imagine. They'll be hoping to see one tonight.
140.
Which is on offer in Riyadh.
Huge incentive. First and foremost, it's about winning darts matches, and Nathan well on his way to a place in tomorrow's quarterfinals. Average of just below 96. Well, we didn't like that dart, bit of a flyer. Finishing around about 45%. Lawrence Ilagan has not had a single dart to win a leg.
Well, he is going to leave himself a chance here. The question is, will he get a go at it?
83.
That last dart just leaves the door ajar here. Aspinall 148.
Stays there to lead double four.
Require 98.
To keep his faint hopes alive. Well, first opportunity at a double for Lawrence Ilagan, and he only needs the one. Gets a leg on the board. Still plenty of work to be done, but his fans in the audience trying to G him up, and he manages a smile. They're still well in the hands of Nathan Aspinall.
Wow, it's like darting deja vu here, isn't it? 1 from 1 on the doubles there. We saw earlier on Stephen Bunting went 5-0 up. Toylo Goto pulled the leg back for 5-1 and then lost 6-1, and you get the feeling that might be about to what's happened here, but he has got a leg on the board, and despite playing underneath his expected standard, he's not going to be
45.
Swept aside without winning a leg.
Just didn't he lose darts from Lawrence? And on the flip, Nathan's put in a good performance, got out the blocks really well. Second max for Nathan Aspinall, as the average sneaks above 99.
Yeah, likeable. This, very likeable from Aspinall.
100.
Last start from Ilagan. And here's Aspinall again.
140.
Potential of wrapping it up with an 11-dart leg here, Nathan.
Well, treble hit, so double 12 for an 11-dart leg. And it's a very, very efficient performance from Nathan Aspinall. Averages over a ton to beat Lawrence Ilagan. He's done it in style. It'll be Van Gerwen against Kumar next, but here in Riyadh, it's the Ass running riot. He's won it by 6 legs to 1.
Yeah, solid stuff from Nathan Aspinall, wasn't it? With that 6-1 win over Lawrence Ilagan once more, which makes it 3 out of 3 over the gunner of late. So the 2023 World Match Play champion books himself a spot alongside Stephen Bunting and Man Leung in the quarters, as you can see from the scores there tonight. But next, we welcome back last week's Bahrain master onto the Yoki. But before we do that, Michael van Gerwen spoke to us after he clinched his 17th World Series of Darts title. Here's what he had to say.
It's Van Gerwen with a record 17th win on the World Series of Darts stage.
It's always nice when you win a tournament, and back to winning ways is always that feels comfortable, and also with the way how I played, I think there's more in the tank to produce even more in the upcoming tournaments. Gian's a really nice guy. He's a smart kid. He doesn't do stupid things. He knows what he's doing, and he's also a great dart player. But don't get me wrong, I've been on the tour for a long time. I'm only 36, but I've played in 19 PDC World Championships, and yeah. So if you also look then to the World Series stats, yeah, there's a slight difference. You have to learn it the hard way if you want to be at the top of the game for a long time. Everyone knows I had a very tough year last year on and off the hockey. I want to go into the new year with a lot of positivity, and then to start off with a win in Bahrain always helps, of course. I still love what I do. You could also see when I'm lifting that trophy, it still does a lot for me, and that gives me also the energy to keep pushing. Never been in Saudi and in Riyadh, so yeah, I'm looking forward to play over there, and it's good, all the sports go there, you know what I mean, so why not darts? So I'm really looking forward to it, and I want to try to perform as good as possible there.
Welcome back to Riyadh season, the Saudi Arabia Darts Masters. Now, would you please welcome from India, the Royal Bengal, Nitin Kumar! And now his opponent from the Netherlands, the three-time champion of the world, mighty Michael van Gerwen!
So Michael van Gerwen sets a record tonight, a 51st appearance at World Series of Darts events here in Saudi Arabia since World Series events began over a decade ago. He now eclipses the record that Peter Wright set at exactly half a century. And after the win last week in Bahrain, are we seeing Mark Webster, the Michael van Gerwen that won 3 world titles, has the potential to get more under his belt in these competitive times?
Well, I don't think he's quite there yet, but winning tournaments is always a good thing, and particularly for Michael van Gerwen, who's constantly under pressure, because unless it's tournament wins, he's set the standards over the last decade. And him back in the winner's circle at the beginning of the year as well, coming in here #1 seed, can only be a good thing for Michael van Gerwen, of course, and for the sport going forward.
And his opponent tonight, Nitin Kumar, who was drafted in because of an illness for Paolo Nebreda, and we wish him well, but Kumar, the first Indian player ever to win at the World Championship, beating Richard Veenstra last month. And he had a 75% doubles checkout rate in that win against Veenstra, another Dutchman,
97.
before eventually going out to Stephen Bunting, who we've just seen win convincingly on this stage. So we're underway.
82.
Van Gerwen has the darts in the odd-numbered legs. Remember, it's a race to 6 to get through to tomorrow's quarter-final stages.
Yeah, we've already seen victories for Stephen Bunting,
85.
Nathan Aspinall, our previous match, averaging above 100. We've had an upset in the opener, Danny Noppert exiting at the hands of Manlock Leung.
81.
Michael van Gerwen will be keen not to join his fellow Dutchman in exiting on night 1 here in Riyadh.
It is Stephen Bunting that's the opponent awaiting the winner of this one. Averaged 100 in beating Gian van Veen by 8 legs to 6 in the final last week. Lovely switch to 19s there from MVG.
Yeah, what was good in that final, Michael grabbed control, and even when Gian came back at him during the final, he just held him off and got over the line. It was a good final for both of them. Finishing really good for Michael in Bahrain.
You require 160.
Now, Kumar has an outside chance here. 160 won't go, though.
He wanted
downstairs.
Yeah, he wanted to stay on the treble, didn't he? But it was awkward and a bit of indecision there, and you can see drifting into the 7. And Michael not going to get a chance to win the open leg on this visit. And Nitin won't be overly thrilled with the setup off the back of that 160.
No, it's all going to be scrappy here, but that's a good first start to set things up. Double top for Nitin Kumar.
73.
And Van Gerwen's back in.
For a fairly modest holder throw in the opening leg for Michael. Needs that tops. Just resetting here. Can't find tops. More opportunities for Nitin in the opening leg.
So let's see, 3 in hand here for the Indian. It's a good marker.
No score.
All over the top. Didn't attack it with that final dart as I thought he might.
Well, you spoke earlier on about how efficient he was on the outer ring at Ali Pali. It's Michael who gets the opening leg. Nitin Kumar missed only 3 darts at a double in that match at Ali Pali against Richard Veenstra. He's missed 4 here already.
Yeah, although that was only a holder throw for Van Gerwen, so
96.
Kumar won't feel as bad as he would if that had been his own leg of darts. Did play the 2025 Bahrain Darts Masters Nitin and lost to Bunting there. Did have a 92 average that night in going out to the bullet, so he can turn it on the big stage when the cameras are on him, Mark Webster.
He's just improved as a player. There's a long way to go before Nitin Kumar has the finished article, and he's going to have to keep putting himself in pressure situations on the affiliated tours. But coming back at Ali Pali and winning a game, and yes, he didn't compete as he'd like against Stephen Bunting, but it got him some additional prize money that he can reinvest into his career.
He did have an altercation with the Ali Pali Wasp at the World Championship last year, where he was launching a dart just as the Wasp crossed his path, and there was only going to be one winner. Dart against Wasp.
And he's one of many who had a duel with the Ali Pali Wasp.
83.
Again, it's the loose last start from Nitin, and it's cost him an opportunity to finish.
61.
Little scrappy from MVG in these early exchanges. Well, what can Van Gerwen do here just to put Kumar under pressure on his own throw? Well, that's Three 19s found.
It's in 122.
Just dropping too low too often.
Finish.
Yeah, sorry, just dropping too low too often on the treble 20, Michael. Having to chase around. I don't like that way on 1-2-2. You go for a 25, you can hit any segment of the board. And what happened there brought the shot to an end. Still on that 18 segment. He's left it handy, but will he get a go? Van Gerwen now, ball.
47.
I think the flight got in the way of that one.
28.
So a chance for Kumar to level up here. Double 14 to make it 1-1. Nicely done from Nitin Kumar. That's more like the doubling we were used to at Ali Pali a month ago.
134.
Treble 19s are what's coming to Michael's rescue early in this match. Fair to say, hasn't got go in this one. There are only a couple of legs played.
135.
Nice orthodox action that Nitin Kumar's got. Very few moving parts. Van Gerwen's throw has changed imperceptibly over the years. The way that the dart addresses the board points more towards the deck than it used to.
You've just got to make these things work. Throws adapt over time. And it's Nitin Kumar who finds the first max. Pulls himself ahead in his third leg against the Michael Van Gerwen darts.
97.
Oh, beautiful darts from Kumar.
137. Michael 170.
Wow, can he get reeled in? Not this time. There's a wayward dart from Kumar, though.
You require 49.
Yeah, crucially,
so the setup not complete.
Yeah, crucially, though, this is against the Michael darts for Nitin. Just taking a step. He knows this is important. For the breaker throw.
That bent the wiring ever so slightly. 20 for double top for Michael Van Gerwen. Just hit the 20, but he hits the tops all right.
Michael Van Gerwen.
And he's back in front.
Nitin to throw first.
And Nitin Kumar just admonishing himself at the back of the stage there.
He's had a chance to win every leg, Nitin Kumar. Michael, bit of relief when that dart on the 74 combination snuck into the tops. An early bit of bad luck for Nitin in this leg as he loses a dart.
14 World Series of Darts wins in all for Michael Van Gerwen. And he's won the World Series of Darts finals an incredible 6 times. Now he's into his second part of a century of appearances.
And here's the overall World Series champion from last year, winning on home soil in Amsterdam, beating Luke Littler in the final. Some big performances in those 3 days in Amsterdam in September from Michael. But again, it's another one of those kind of false storms, and they've really backed it up, and that's the challenge. After winning in Bahrain a few days ago, go and win again here and get himself on a real streak.
28.
Okay, irony there from Michael Van Gerwen, but he's a happier soul in recent times. You see him out and about. He's had dental surgery that's caused him an awful lot of pain.
100.
Plenty more besides, but he looks a happier soul in recent times. Now he's back in the right red bit. Oof.
90.
As soon as I say that, it gets wayward.
Yeah, and that's the perfect first out. That's the one he wants to do business with, and he just lost a lie there, Michael. That's 2 and 3, drifting into the treble 5.
Six.
Well, he's down to a finish.
$81. Netting you require 160.
Let's see what he can do here from 160, Nitin Kumar. That blocks the bed in any case. He's going to try and throw around it. He is. Staying up there as well.
60. Might require 160.
It's Nitin who's had opportunities to break throw in this match so far. It's now Michael's turn. Double 16. for a 10+ finish and a 2-leg cushion. Michael still nowhere near his best, but gets himself to the halfway mark.
And of a nod of appreciation from his opponent.
140.
MVG doesn't play on the Pro Tour a great deal these days, those bread and butter floor tournaments where ranking points are accrued across the year. His last win on the Pro Tour was almost 3 years ago now in Hildesheim.
140.
Yeah, Michael missing out on the Players' Championship finals in Minehead at the back end of the year, and that is built up of the 34 Pro Tours that are played. Michael
41.
Some issues where he couldn't attend last year, but he'll be keen to hit the ground running. So if you put yourself in that position again, you give yourself time. These Premier League players, these World Series players need to manage their schedules really well.
Our first time in this part of the Middle East. Nitin Kumar coming in at the 11th hour for the poorly Paolo Nebreda. Not too happy with his grip of the darts by the look of that as he approached the board. Van Gerwen setting up a finish and looking to power on and go through the gears here.
Yeah, it seems to have settled down now, Michael. Getting himself that cushion.
45. Michael require 32.
Neatly done.
Michael Van Gerwen.
Minimum of fuss from MVG. 2 legs away.
Game.
And he just thought for a moment it was his throw, but it's not.
But the real strength of Michael in Bahrain was finishing, and that's what's been decisive here. 50% on the doubles. That 102 finish that got him the crucial breaker throw. It's allowed him to have control of this match, and that loose last one. But looking comfortable up there now, Michael.
Yeah, he needed a 6-4 win to get past Alexis Toylo in the first round last week. Toylo, who we'll see in a little while, up against Gerwen Price in these first round matches. If you've not seen Alexis Toylo play darts before, it's an experience.
96.
Michael spoke well in the interview after playing Alexis Toylo. A lot's made of his pace, but he's made the point of saying he's a good player. It's not just about his slow pace up to the ball, because the throw is actually pretty quick. It's his build-up and his routine, but he has his own sort of sequence, and you'll see that when he takes on Gerwen Price a little bit later on. But Michael dealt with it really well in Bahrain, and so far is dealing with Nitin Kumar pretty well here.
There's a lot of drift into treble 5 from Van Gerwen, past 2 or 3 legs.
$99.
And again.
54. Making you require 144.
So a chance here for Kumar to pull something back. This is a big outshot. It won't go.
He's had a couple of visits with it, hasn't he? So
90.
That'll do. Single to a double. Get yourself at least at 60 below. Don't invite problems, because Michael will put a bit of pressure on that 48. Well, Nitin has already missed 6 at doubles. You feel this has to go.
Just a step back. A lot of players doing this now. When they get to the double they require, they just take a pause. 2 10s. No.
38.
And the double trouble afflicting another Asian qualifier in these World Series of Darts events, whilst Van Gerwen pops in under the double top and he's one away.
And the Dutch fans in the crowd enjoying this. Michael Van Gerwen, 5-1 in front, 5 from 9 on the doubles. And after a bit of a shaky start, well on his way to the quarterfinals, where Stephen Bunting will away.
Again, a treble 5. That must be getting on for half a dozen that he's hit. Good readjustment, though. 11 treble 5s on told he's hit. in this match alone, which is very, very bizarre.
Yes, but it doesn't look like they're going to be costly. It's something he'll need to rectify when he faces, well, expect him to go through and face Stephen Bunting tomorrow. But so far, you'd call this a professional job from Michael rather than spectacular.
He's done what he's had to do, and he's already down to a finish. Chance for an 11-darter to round things off for the green machine.
42. Mark, we require 92.
So for the match and safe passage, double 16 for Michael van Gerwen, and there it is. A 2-knot kill to see off Nitin Kumar. And the man who won in Bahrain last week off to the best possible start here in Saudi Arabia. But no 9-darter or Riyadh season bullseye from MVG. If we're likely to see one, the next man on stage, the current world champion, is surely as likely as anybody to hit that perfect 9-darter and maybe make it a perfect 10.
We've seen what he can do at the World Championship. This is just a different level he has to achieve.
Yeah, it is. But I think he might be up to it already. But this is unbelievable from Luke Littler. Back-to-back 180s to start the match.
It's on, and the first leg of the match. Brilliant from Luke Littler. On his World Series debut, he got through the game yesterday. He's hit a perfect leg. Only the second time we've seen him on the World Series. Is there anything this young man can't do?
Who would you least like to share a room with?
Someone who gets up early and disturbs me, probably Michael Van Gerwen.
I'm going to go for Littler.
I'll probably say Nathan Aspinall.
With Gian. Who takes the longest to get ready?
Probably Gazzy.
Gerwen Price.
Ooh, Nathan.
Humphries. Probably me.
Me, to be honest.
I'll probably say myself. I'll get up. I'll put my socks on, scroll on TikTok, get my tap on, scroll on TikTok. Yeah, I take ages.
Who's the most likely to miss their flight?
After last week, I'm going to have to say myself because I missed the flight.
Nathan Aspinall.
I heard Humphries is always delayed. I'd say
Humphries.
Who's the biggest moaner?
Oh, God, there's a lot.
Danny Noppert.
What does it mean?
Probably Michael Van Gerwen, actually.
Michael.
Who's the most likely to forget their darts?
Me.
I'm going to say Michael.
Littler.
Luke Littler.
Stephen Bunting.
I'll probably say Nathan Aspinall.
He don't even know if he's packed him or not, so probably him.
If this was a team sport, who would your doubles partner be?
Go for Luke Littler.
Luke Humphries.
Probably Luke Littler.
I pick Michael.
Danny Noppert.
Of course, Gian van Veen.
Who's going to win the most WSOD events this year?
Can I say myself?
Of course you can.
Me. But I'm going to invite me to.
Who's going to play them all?
Who's going to win the most?
Yeah, but who's going to play in all of them?
Yeah.
Humphries.
Luke Humphries.
Luke Littler. I'm going to win every single one of them.
Best on the doubles?
Yeah, I'd have to say guess.
Gian.
Myself.
Most likely to hit a 9?
Littler or Humphries, I'd say.
I think it's close between me and Luke Littler.
Guess this.
Luke Littler.
Me.
Well, hello, welcome back. Latest news, Michael Van Gerwen is through to the quarter-finals. Now, Webby, just looking at the results tonight, we're halfway through, aren't we? What have you seen so far today? It's been an entertaining night so far, hasn't it?
Yeah, the story is Leung beating Danny Noppert in the opening match, and he stumbled on the doubles. He needs to address that, but he started really well and caused a real stir here. But pretty routine then from Stephen Bunting. Brilliant performance from Nathan Aspinall. Michael took a while to get to grips with his match, but the finishing was really good. That was his strong point in Bahrain, and he started well in terms of that here in Saudi.
And just to touch on Manlock, he's a third Asian representative through to the quarterfinals. Huge moment for him in history as well.
Yeah, it is, and he's a serious player. He just needs to piece it all together. He can score well, but the finishing kind of went a bit wayward, but he just kept Danny at arm's length. Danny never got going, never got to the levels that got into those semi-finals last year. But for Manlock, he just had to get himself over the line, and it was an explosive start that got himself the three-leg lead, averaging up above 100 at that stage. Obviously tailed off, but it was a good performance and showed what he can do on the big stage.
Michael Van Gerwen looking confident as ever, and rightly so.
Yeah, coming here as a #1 seed, just winning the tournament a couple of days ago. While you're not going to come here confident, he won't have been thrilled with the slow start, but worked his way into the game. I think it was key, that 102, to get himself the breaker throw and lead 3-1, and from there, just controlled the match. And again, I keep harping on, but he's finishing really well at the minute.
And next, once more, 2 weeks in a row, we have Luke Littler taking on Paul Lim. How do you see this one going? Same as last time?
I think Luke will win, yeah, of course. He put on a real big performance against Paul last week, and it was played in good spirits. All this talk around how Luke said he didn't want to draw him at the World Championship. Now he's drawn him twice in a few days. But Luke was breathtaking at times in that match. He didn't back it up the following day, but look, I think he'll win comfortably tonight.
And if we're going to see a 9-darter here, which I'm sure everyone wants to see because of the Riyadh season bullseye, Luke Littler, is he the main man to do this?
Well, he was the last one to do it on the World Series, so logically you turn to him. He's the back-to-back world champion, he's the world #1, he's the best player in the world, so why would you not think it'll be him?
Well, let's find out, because the players are ready. Next up, it's Luke Littler taking on Paul Lim.
Welcome back to Riyadh season. This is the Saudi Arabia Darts Masters. Now, would you please welcome a career spanning across 5 decades. It's the Singapore Slinger, Paul Leung! from England, the newly crowned back-to-back champion of the world. It's Luke, the Nuke Littler!
A rematch in Riyadh then for Luke Littler and Paul Lim, who met in Bahrain last week, and a sign and a game that shows that darts really is for anybody of any age. Two players who will have their birthday over the next few days as well. Luke Littler, the teenager, the back-to-back world champion, taking on one of the icons of world darts, the Singapore slinger, a man who hit a 9-darter on the world stage, and so very, very nearly did it again a couple of years ago. Paul Lim on the World Series of Darts stage for the 5th time. Luke Littler is looking for a 5th World Series of Darts title. He's won 4 of the 14 events that he has played. The world #1, averaging over 101 across the year. What a player, but what a matchup it is. As Littler takes on Lim, Ian Danter alongside me for this one. And whenever you see these two meet, Kyle, but raise a smile, Paul. Paul Lim, the veteran, and Luke the Nuke with the world in the palm of his hand.
Yeah, just the 53 years between them. Saw it mentioned earlier that Paul Lim was playing professionally before Luke Littler's mum was even born. That's a head scratcher. Yeah, Luke is 19 years of age on Wednesday after this tournament is done. Another early birthday present, not just of the win here, but the enticement of that Riyadh season bullseye on offer for anybody that can hit a 9-darter. And straight away, Luke is in the red bit, but a little smirk as the second dart doesn't find the same home. 6-1 it was to Luke Littler in the Bahrain Darts Masters last week against the same opponent.
Yeah, 64th World Series of Darts global event that we've had. Only 2 9-darters in all that time. Taylor in Sydney, Littler in Bahrain. And wherever we go in the world, Luke Littler has got an army of fans. You can't help but be enthused when you're in Paul Lim's presence. He speaks so well about the game. He's glowing in his praise of the young stars that maybe are taking the game to heights he never imagined it would reach. But he is a true icon. Going to be 72 at the end of the week, and he's still throwing darts on the big stage.
Oh, he's still upsetting people. He beat Jeffrey de Graaf at the World Championship last month, becoming the oldest man to ever win at the Alexandra Palace. But he's under pressure on his own throw here, Mark. Littler not quite down to a finish yet, though.
Yeah, I don't think Paul Lim's expectations, if we're brutally honest about this contest, are too great. Did get a leg on the board in Bahrain, and he'll be hoping to do the minimum here, and a maximum would be useful. Can't quite fill it up.
25.
Great setup here from Littler.
134.
Leaves himself on his favourite double top. Lim just having a look at the scoreboard. It can go. He's actually coming downstairs now. He was looking at either 18s or 20s at first, but now he's looking at the 19s and single 3 rules out, taking it out.
Yeah, just get the treble with the last start. Littler waiting on tops after 12. Oh, Lim using his experience there. Leaves himself handy. Should Littler not take out tops? An inviting target and a 14-dart opening leg from Luke the Nuke.
Game on.
He did say that he didn't want to meet Paul Lim at the World Championship when the draw was made in early December. I think it was him and Bo Greaves, the two players he mentioned that he would rather avoid in round one. And now he's faced the same guy twice inside a week.
Yeah, I think there's a slight difference to a full house at Alexandra Palace that would be on Lim's side to come in here in front of a respectful crowd that will pay both players their full respect.
Well, I'll tell you what, Lim can still pop in big averages. Last year on the Asian Tour, he had a TV average of 104 in a tournament in Kuala Lumpur. So it is not beyond the 71-year-old to put those sort of numbers in that can give an opponent the heebie-jeebies.
95.
Well, will Littler be providing some magic?
Well, he certainly turned the darting world upside down in the last couple of years, Luke Littler. We've got treble 5 disease at the moment.
Yeah, a few have been going that way. Littler from 203, looking for a full house to leave double 16. Magnificent from Littler.
Just makes it look so easy.
Lim's going to take his time. He's going to enjoy every second up there on the big stage, and why shouldn't he? This one will take on either Jan van Veen or Motomu Sakai, who are playing our final game of the night here on the opening night in Riyadh, double 16. Well, it's back-to-back 14 dart legs for Luke Littler, who's averaging well over 107 at the moment. Ominous signs for the Singapore slinger.
Yeah, it's nicely done from Littler, who can be a slow starter, whether it's leg play or set play, but not here at this point. I think you're dead right in what you say, Mark. He's just going to enjoy this whilst he's up on that stage, Paul Lim, and just soak it all up.
As he said after his win at the Palace, look, you never know when the last time is you're going to get to grace the stage, and he's going to enjoy it. Well, the opportunity's here. Again, he just drifts to the wrong side of the treble wire, but adjusts nicely.
Proper old school moulded stems and flights as well from Paul Lim. Luke with these really long darts with the extra long points, picking off 619s. He's been brilliant on that treble already in this match. Really respectful crowd inside the theatre here.
Yeah, they're enjoying it. And I think that enjoyment will grow throughout this tournament. As Littler looking to leave the big fish, can't find the treble 19. And Lim, from the same target, will be hoping to get down to a finish.
Which way to go? Well, that's the one from the 271. Disappointing for Paul Lim, just handing the initiative back to his young opponent.
58.
Well, we saw from 150 in Bahrain that there was an attempt at bull, bull, bull. Will we see the same here in Riyadh?
We've seen it done on television. Simon Whitlock has pulled off that particular stunt.
121.
Will he?
Require 150.
Yeah, he's looking right at it. Doesn't get it though. 325s maybe?
110.
Well, leaves it handy, and he once again puts Paul Lim in a very uncomfortable position here. Got to get a big treble and can't find one. So Luke Littler will be coming back for a 3-0 lead. And halfway to the 6 he needs to set up a place in the quarterfinals. Mentioned he's won 4 of his 14 World Series of Darts appearances so far.
Game
He hits tops with minimum of fuss to lead by 3-0.
So he's 19 on Wednesday. He's got 22 PDC titles to his name already, including 10 majors. The mind boggles. And he's only just getting started.
Yeah, I mentioned that the world is in the palm of his hand at the moment, and it's up to the rest of them to stop him dominating the game.
Paul Lim's won a fair few. 41 titles in his distinguished career since starting playing professionally in the 1970s. And here we are talking about a potential $200,000 prize for a 9-darter. He was the first man to hit a 9-darter at the World Championship on live television at the Lakeside. Brought the house down. And as you rightly said, Mark, it was only a couple of years ago he was a double 12 away from repeating the feat.
I think that would have been one of the most remarkable things ever in sport. Big one for Littler. His average just dips under a ton for the first time, but he's making quite straightforward progress thus far. These 2 breaks to the good. And Lim is struggling at the moment with too many darts that are not staying straight.
83.
Good readjustment twice from Littler.
15.
And he is down to a finish.
You mentioned those long points of Littler. Whenever he finds a treble, it just looks to be so much room around it. Given the length of that point, that the dart not necessarily blocking the bed. Once again, Lim's first dart not straight, but just reasonably enough. But he's not down to a finish, so Littler for 152.
You're absolutely right in what you say. There appears to be acres of room to fill up any bed with those darts that he has. And he does, when he's on a potential 180, he does give that 3rd dart that little bit of extra velocity to force it in amongst the first 2. Chance for a max here. Well, he can't go for a max, he shouldn't do.
Yeah, he just checked himself, didn't he, in good time there, Paul Lim. He was an inviting target, but realised the trouble he was in. 6-6 for 4-0, and Luke Littler's not hanging around here. He's full of respect for his opponent, but he wants to put him away as quickly as he can, and he leads by 4 in a race to 6.
That's the sort of face I think we'd all make if we were playing Luke Littler. Just that slight bow of the head. Oh. Luke's hit 11 each of treble 20 and treble 19 as he heads around the board for big scores, but a trebller's visit there, a rarity.
Yeah. Can Lim register a leg on the board? There is a prospect, of course, should Littler win and Jan van Veen beat Matomu Sakai on the last game. Sets up a replay of the world final we saw just a few weeks ago at the Alexandra Palace. And that only in the quarterfinals here in Riyadh is another good 2-treble visit. There is Team Littler following their man and their boy around the world and enjoying the ride with him as well, and why shouldn't they? Played a big part in getting where he is today.
It's just strange to see Littler Senior not wearing a bobble hat. It's a bit warm for that, in fairness.
Yeah.
134.
So Littler struggling a little in this leg. Chance 45. For Paul Lim to get something on the board here.
Yeah. As we mentioned, got a leg last week in Bahrain. We've seen 3 successive 6-1 wins, haven't we, to the PDC stars Bunting, Aspinall and Van Gerwen. After that early shock, if you just joined us, Leung knocked out Danny Noppert in the opening game of the night.
28.
Got Luke Humphries to come against Ryusei Azamoto. Gerwen Price up next against Alexis Toylo. And then the other match, Van Veen Sakai rounds off the evening here in Bahrain at the Global Theatre.
Yes.
Then just checking with Russ Bray.
I think he'll almost be disappointed with that, Paul, after that opening dart. And Littler will see this as a potential opening for him. Wants a treble of his own, doesn't get one. So Paul Lim gets a look then. He's not had a go at a double yet. Will he get one here? Can he get a treble to kick things off? Almost perfect silence. He does get the treble. There'll be a big noise if this goes in. 2 18s for a first leg for Lim. 2 9s then. This might be his only chance. But he hits the double 9, and Paul Lim, the veteran, is on the board. Might be the biggest cheer of the night. A blink of the eyes, an adjustment of the glasses. Paul Lim still got it when it comes to doubling here in Riyadh.
This will feel like a throwback for Paul Lim, like his lakeside days with that quiet atmosphere whilst he addresses the board. So Littler back in the red bit. You see that last dart just get some extra oomph, but doesn't find its home that time.
No, he's not hit a max. Hit a 171, didn't he, in the second leg of the match, but he's not managed to fill the treble.
Oh, he missed the big 20 to leave himself on a finish.
Yeah, deny himself a shot at the big fish that he took out so ruthlessly in Bahrain last week. Lim can't leave a finish. Does get down under Littler's score, so well, it doesn't hit a treble here. Lim may get another chance.
60. Yes.
Well, will he come down here for the bullseye? Yes, he does. 65. That leaves him on a 2-dart out. Littler, 1-2-5. Which way? That way. That leaves 100. Is it bull? Well, it was. That was the aim. And he chucks the last one in a little bit frustrated there. So Lim gets a look for a second successive leg. He's looking at a ton.
Maybe tops for Paul Lim. He went tops, didn't come off, and then he tries to lay up maybe for double 10. Doors back open for Littler. Double 10. No.
30.
Well, that is a surprise after that first start of the double. So Lim, I think, would have been fearing the worst there. Right, tops it is. 2 darts in hand to get back within 2. Oh, that wasn't a great dart. 2 10s. Well, he's not going to get many chances, Paul Lim, and he can't afford to offer up the ones that he does get, as Littler inside the 10s looks at double 5. Safe dart, 1 left. And that's all he needs. Luke Littler. Well, he was sauntering to victory earlier on. He's somewhat ambling his way through these final legs, and well, but for a couple of Lim misses, Could easily be still 2 away. As it is, he needs 1 more for the win.
So the Singapore slinger on the verge of exiting to the same scoreline that Littler beat him by at the end of last week.
Yeah, it's been a frequent score, hasn't it? Here in Riyadh, opening night of Riyadh season, the Saudi Arabia Darts Masters at the Global Theatre. Still to come, the likes of Gerwen Price, Luke Humphries and Jan van Veen will grace the stage here for the first time.
Russ Bray, you can hear there, global ambassador for the PDC, been very, very much front and centre in promoting the Asian tour over the past year or so.
60.
Really worked hard to promote the Asian tour, has Russ, since he stepped back from refereeing at the World Championship and other major events. But he's here today calling it out as Littler edges towards a finish.
Yeah, Lim needs a big one here, or his adventures in Saudi Arabia may be coming to an end. The treble would be useful.
99.
Doesn't find one. So Littler's got 6 darts from here. Well, it's not often Luke Littler will finish a game without hitting a maximum, but that is the prospect that we've got here.
Get the statisticians combing through the records. Won't be many.
Well, giving himself a chance. Littler for the match. He's looking at 101. Can he get it done at the first time? Shot still on. Can't find the treble. So Paul Lim is coming back for a second leg in this match.
But we require 44.
Let's see what he can do. 4 for tops, 12 for double 16. He's looking at 12 and finds it. Can hear a pin drop.
12 score.
Not quite for Paul Lim. And that may well be that, with 12 for tops required for Luke Littler. Double top seals the deal. And the world champion sees off Paul Lim. It's Dart Jarvu as he wins by 6 legs to 1 in Saudi Arabia, as he did in Bahrain last week, safely through to the quarterfinals. Next up here at the Saudi Darts Masters, Gerwen Price up against Alexis Toylo.
Welcome back. If you're just tuning in, well, the latest, and no surprise really, is the world #1, Luke Littler, safely through to finals night after taking down Paul Lim for the second week in a row. Now, we're over halfway through the night, and it goes the way of the PDC stars so far, all winning, as you can see, by that 6-1 scoreline, with just the one Asian representative through to the quarters in Leung, thanks to that 6-3 win over the Dutch #3. Well, before we head to our 6th matchup of the night, Lewis Wood-Thompson caught up with Luke Littler after his victory.
Luke Littler, a 6-1 win there over Paul Lim. Just sum up how you feel after that one for us.
Yeah, obviously it's a very weird atmosphere. It's all new to us players, but no, it felt good up there, and we'll be back tomorrow.
It could be Jan van Veen tomorrow or Matomu Sakai. What have you got to do in your own game to improve and win that game tomorrow?
Yeah, I think just play like I did then. Obviously, it's a very different environment for all of us players, like I said. But as long as you play well, you're going to win 90% of the time. But no, definitely felt good up there, and I can't wait to be back tomorrow.
You've made a lot of history in your young career already. What would it mean to win the first event in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, it'd mean everything. Obviously, everyone's first time over here, but there can only be one winner, and hopefully I can win it tomorrow.
All the best. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, we're ready, aren't we, for the 4-time World Series event winner, the Iceman, Gerwen Price, who's up against Asian Tour's #1 cool cat, Alexis Toylo.
Welcome back. This is Riyadh season, the Saudi Arabia Darts Masters. Now, would you please welcome, from the Philippines, cool cat, Alexis Toylo! And now his opponent from Wales. Here's the former champion of the world, the Iceman, Gerwen Price!
Gerwen Price in action, the winner of 4 World Series of Darts events. Twice he's won the World Series of Darts finals. He's a former world champion. He's taking on Alexis Toylo, a regular winner on the Asian Tour, and a player that we're becoming more and more used to seeing on the big stages. Going to need to up his average, you feel, to impact on the Welshman. But Toylo is a player who is more than capable. Can he produce another big upset? Can he join Leung as knocking out one of the elite PDC stars? Cool cat, 34 years of age, from the Philippines. We'll be hoping that he can do that. But he's got his hands full with this fella, Gerwen Price. 40 years of age now, making his 34th World Series of Darts appearance. 9 times he's been in the final, 4 of them he's won, and you wouldn't rule him out, Mark Webster, with his family here supporting him, getting another win here in Riyadh.
No, some real positives are getting him Price in Bahrain. He wasn't at his fluent best in his opening round match a few days ago against Matomu Sakai, but then ended the streak of Luke Littler in that quarter-final before coming unstuck in the semi-finals. But in terms of the way he played, Gerwen Price, he'll feel very satisfied, and there's plenty to build on here against an awkward customer. You'll see as this match pans out, he's got his own little routine, and he won't be taken out of that routine, but he's really capable when he gets in the flow.
59.
Well, he's got plenty of supporters here. We've established that already. And he did play pretty well against Michael van Gerwen. Average over 91, taking 4 legs off the eventual winner in Bahrain. So Toylo's got levels, multiple finalists on the Asian Tour last year. Comes here with good pedigree.
Yeah, he's picked up a couple of big wins on a big stage as well. There was a group game victory over Stephen Bunting in the Grand Slam in November. Beat Richard Veenstra at the World Championships in 2025. And has been dealt with by Christoph Ratajski in that World Championship and the World Championship just gone. But very capable.
Well, you know what the threat is with Toylo. You know about the pace of play. Seems to be getting on with it here. Cool Cat's got his fans. So, as this man, Gerwen Price, regular appearance maker on the World Series of Darts.
Just lost his way there with the second dart. Does well to find a treble. He needed something with that last dart. It's Gerwen Price who gets first look. And a ton-plus finish. Treble 17 be handy. So maybe a bit of work still to be done here for Gerwen Price, even if he does return.
Yeah, he's left one of those finishes where it might only be one dart. Toylo, can he stay straight and in the red bit? Not quite. Not a million miles away. He could just drop one in the treble here. It would have put Price under some pressure. But it's 74 for an early break.
Top surprise for the opener. Good finish. 15 down, hold throw. Sorry, break a throw for Gerwen Price. And when he's on point with that tops and tens, he's a real handful, Gerwen Price. I said, whilst he'd have been a little bit underwhelmed with his performance in the semi-finals in Bahrain, he'd have been only positive about his performances a few days ago.
Yeah, he's a player, had a really good year last year.
135.
I think would want to make more inroads in the really big events, starting at the Masters at the end of the month. But what better way to go there to Milton Keynes than with a win here at Riyadh and a possible $200,000 in your back pocket.
All for 10 darts. Reminder, $100,000 available for a 9-dart finish. And if any player hits that 9 darts, they'll then get one single dart at the bullseye to double their prize money. Not being threatened as of yet this evening, but we've still got a few games left. We've got quarter, semis and final tomorrow. Still time.
Certainly is. Toylo here. Can he get down to a finish? Because Price is not on one at the moment.
$46.
No is the answer. That was a poor visit.
Gerwen Price can make inroads here to try and back up that break with a hold.
100.
Ideally, would have liked the second treble, but it is a finish. Price, whose World Championship campaign came to an abrupt end after a convincing display in the opening round in defeating Adam Gavlas. It all looked rosy, all looked good for Gerwen Price. People expecting him to have a big run, even a potential quarter-final clash with Luke Littler, but it was ended comfortably by Wesley Plazier in round 2. So plenty of time off for Gerwen Price in the build-up to these first couple of World Series events of 2026.
32.
He's made a little bit of a mess of that as well. So the Cool Cat gets a look at 160 for a break straight back. There we see the shadow darts that become a bit of a trademark of his throw. He does seem, in fairness, to be speeding those up as well. He's certainly making, I think, an effort to improve the pace of play.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think it's been as frequent tonight.
60.
We had only in the second leg.
109.
But for players who are playing him, they know what he's about and how he approaches the games. You've got to be prepared.
53.
Stephen Bunting, as we mentioned, the Grantham just didn't deal with it.
Right. Stay straight. No, it's not in. Is he going to try and just get one over the top, or are we going tops? Well, he tried to get one in the treble. Now he doesn't want a treble. And he doesn't, leaves tops.
I felt that was the better option when you're like darts land as flat as Alexis Toylo's do. There was a clear path to that treble 20, but Gerwen Price is picking off that tops. He's 2 from 2 on the doubles, both on tops, and he doubles his lead.
Yeah, ominous signs for Toylo. I think many people there would have expected maybe he goes at tops, but as you said, he felt it was a good lie, but he just couldn't land one on top of the previous dart.
58.
Different players have different ways, don't they?
Flat darts at the top of the board as well are awkward to follow. You need it to land on the bottom wire and stack on top. And you said there, Mark, there was a clear path to that treble 20. It was the right play. Just the execution wasn't there for Alexis Toylo, but this has already got the feeling of a big leg for Alexis. You go a double breakdown in a race to 6 against Gerwen Price, you've got a real job on.
100.
Well, he's got plenty of room for a couple more names on there. We've got Humphries and Van Veen, or he might be a Azamoto or Sakai fan. I'm not sure. We'll find out, I'm sure, in the next half an hour or so here in Riyadh, where after a great start for the Asian players, Leung upsetting Danny Noppert, it's been pretty straightforward stuff thus far for Bunting, Aspinall, Van Gerwen and Littler, and early signs that Gerwen Price is going to add his name to the list of quarterfinalists tomorrow night.
Performance of the night, Nathan Aspinall. In his 6-1 defeat against Lawrence Ilagan, he'd be mighty relieved just to have a drama-free game with Lawrence. They normally get a bit tense and scrappy, but it was so routine for Nathan. He'll be back tomorrow to take on Leung.
Yeah, definitely played well, didn't he, Aspinall?
95. Going to require 170.
Right, 170, big fish, it's on. Oh, he doesn't need to go for it. Is he going for it? He is, and he gets it. There's the Gerwen Price roar in Riyadh. And the crowd respond. He gives them another one as well. He enjoyed it, they enjoyed it. The price is right in Riyadh.
Didn't need to go for it, but was always going to go for it. It's a 3-leg lead. It's the double breaker throw. It's 3 from 3 on the doubles. Gerwen Price is in complete command
85
of this last 16 tie here in Riyadh.
Toylo in a spot of bother here. 3 down and a breakdown as well. But a great moment for the crowd. And he didn't hang around, did he? Gazzy let them hear the roar that has become the trademark that's followed him around the world.
140.
He's got a good view from the side of just how solid the stance and action is of Gerwen Price. Alexis Toylo's let back foot lifting on every dart. He's just not really got anything going here.
No, in Bahrain, as Price looking to fill up with the first max. Well, a big fish followed by a maximum visit. And Price is flying here. Well, in Bahrain, it was missed opportunities, wasn't it, for the Asian stars? They played pretty well. They couldn't create or complete the opportunities. Tonight, they're not being given the chance. With the exception of Leung earlier on, they're not getting the opportunities.
Yeah, man luck aside, the keyword there is that they created chances in Bahrain. They're not even creating opportunities tonight. And Gerwen Price,
78.
well, you're still going to get a 4-leg lead, you feel. Way back in the leg here, Alexis Toylo. His average languishing just below the mid-70s. Very little to be positive for Alexis at the minute, and it's going to need a real drop-off from Gerwen Price for Alexis to be competitive in this contest. Better visit, but you feel too little too late in this leg.
Yeah, going to split. 10 for double 4 then for 4. Oh, wow, that was a wild dart.
14.
Well, he's made a little bit of a mess at the end of the leg, but he snatches his dart in frustration, knowing he'll be coming back to polish off the 4 points he needs.
Must have been a little bit of temptation just to bust there. Double 2, not
99.
ideal.
Going to require 4.
Toylo down to finish.
Game
Doesn't matter. 4 without reply. Gerwen Price. 95.5 average, 50% on the doubles. There's been a 170 in there as well. It's a polished performance so far from the Welshman.
Yeah, that leg did include his first misses at double, but such was his commanding lead, they were irrelevant in the end.
43.
And Toylo just cannot get going at the moment, yet to have a go at a double himself. And Gerwen Price is showing no mercy here.
140.
There's just a massive golfing class here. Gerwen Price enjoyed that opening leg just to settle himself down, and from there he's been allowed to relax. And he'll take an encouragement as well from Alexis Toylo, looking a little deflated, not really going through his normal routine in the match, and just doesn't seem the same player. Okay, he got beat in the opening round in Bahrain, but he's really competitive against Michael. Made him work for that victory. He then went on to lift the title, Michael van Gerwen. Toylo just not able to back it up here.
Well, in terms of the performances from the Asian players, he put the best numbers up in Bahrain. There's a danger here at current levels. He's going to put the least effective performance up in terms of numbers. And the problem for him is Gerwen Price is sprinting towards the finish here. Starting to find his range on the trebles. Been a likeable performance from the Iceman.
Yeah, Price just in that zone on the stage. You know, everything's going right for yourself, and everything's going wrong for your opponent, and it's a recipe for what's going to be, you feel, a comprehensive victory for Gerwen Price. Everything going right for Gerwen. Leaves double 12 for a 5-leg lead.
Toylo in big trouble here. He knows it.
Going to require 24.
Gerwen Price knows it. And he's now one away, a 13-dart leg from Gerwen Price.
6-leg Gerwen the throw first.
Looking to wrap up a spot in yet another World Series of Darts quarter-final.
Easy.
Just rescues the opening visit with that last dart for Alexis Toylo. A night to forget. No darts, a double. Just 1-2 treble visit.
Shows how difficult it is, doesn't it, for, if you like, the challengers. If they're not at their level and the PDC stars play well, there is still a chasm between them. And that has been evident in a few of the games tonight. The challenge is there for the stars from the Philippines, from Japan, from Hong Kong to get to that level as quickly as they can.
And the ultimate aim is to get yourself to a level where you go and get a tour card. You've got to get that experience, get those consistent performance levels where you're challenging the best. If you're going to relocate, predominantly the tour is played in the UK, obviously the European tour. So more experience needed for Alexis Toylo. A night to forget, but he'll switch the tensions back to the Asian tour for the coming months.
Well, Toylo's left an on-finish, so Price knows that he'll be coming back for 56 for the match. And a pretty straightforward night at the office for Gerwen Price.
Well, Toylo, even in defeat, normally makes things awkward for his opponents. Hasn't done that tonight. But Gerwen Price to wrap up a clean sweep here.
Tops he needs, been pretty good that end of the board, and he's very, very good here, right in the middle of the bed. to take on Humphries or Azamoto, who play next. But the Iceman safely through to the quarterfinals. He's beaten Alexis Toylo by 6 legs to 0.
Well, you certainly heard it, didn't you? The biggest cheer of the night goes to the Iceman thanks to that 170 checkout. So, another one of the world's best, Gerwen Price, will be back tomorrow thanks to that 6-0 over Alexis Toylo. And Gezi will face the winner of this next match. Just take a look at what's gone down tonight. 4 6-1 scorelines. Bunting, Aspinall, Michael van Gerwen and Littler safely through with the shock of the night. And Man Lok Leung from Hong Kong sends home Danny Noppert. Well, we're on to the penultimate match of the night. The two-time World Series winner in 2025, Luke Humphries, takes on a Japanese player who won a hat-trick of titles on the Asian Tour last year, in Ryusuke Azamoto.
Gerwen Price, a 6-0 win there. You looked very comfortable up on that stage.
Yeah, I felt like I was starting to find my feet and finding the treble a little bit more. I thought it was a slow start, but after the 170, I was definitely looking for that 9-darter.
Yeah, let's talk about that 170. A special moment, that, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think usually I just set it up, you know, being sort of exhibition style and the new crowd. I thought I'd give them something, but yeah, certainly got them off their feet.
100 average, 60% on the doubles. You must be very confident in picking up the first title here in Riyadh.
Yeah, definitely. I thought I started off slow, in Bahrain. I didn't really feel comfortable, probably because I hadn't had much practice. But the more the season goes on, the better I'll be. And it showed up there today. I'm getting a bit better.
And what would it mean to you to make a bit of history and win the first title here in Saudi Arabia?
Oh yeah, obviously I want to try and hit the ground running at the beginning of the season and to win here for the first time. But yeah, I'm definitely after that 9 data as well. I want a bonus. I want to try and entertain. But yeah, it'd be great just to win.
Yeah, it's probably best we hear from Gerwen Price first. But next up, it's the world number 2 in Luke Humphries, who takes on Azamoto.
Welcome back to Riyadh season, the Saudi Arabia Darts Masters. Now, would you please welcome, from Japan, Persayas Ryoshi Azamoto! And now his opponents from England. Here's the former world champion. It's Cool Hand Luke Humphries.
So Luke Humphries gets the chance to get through to the quarterfinals, but Ryusei Azamoto, who has put in some decent averages over the last 12 months, the Japanese, in the Asian Championship. Ryusei Azamoto from Japan, 30 years of age, winner of 7 PDC titles in all. But Luke Humphries, well, if it wasn't for his namesake, Mr. Littler, then Luke would still be top of the tree in world darts. And he did pick up the Premier League title last year, as well as a couple of tournaments abroad, like the World Series of Darts title in New York last year, where he beat his great mate Nathan Aspinall. And he's won on the European Tour as well in the past few months.
First leg, Ryusei to throw first.
Ryusei Azamoto doing his shoelaces up.
Game on.
And you're quite a fan of this guy's action, Mark Webster, the way he goes about his business.
Yeah, I think there's a real player in there. He needs time, but I like his action, I like his style. There was opportunities against Stephen in Bahrain, just didn't take them. But if he can piece it together here, and Luke Humphries is at his best, he could pose problems for Luke.
He was another of those players last week who was not what he should have been on the outer ring. Hit just 2 of 17 attempts at double in losing 6-2 to Stephen Bunting. Hit more 10+ scores than Bunty that night, though. So the heavy scoring can be there. We know what Humphries is about time and time again.
Big
39 titles in all.
Yeah, big start to the year coming up for Luke Humphries. He heads from here to Milton Keynes, to the World Masters, looks to defend his title, then gets his teeth sunk into defending his Premier League title, but will want a big year being dethroned as the world #1. You want to come back with some big performances as he finds his first big visit of this contest, Humphries.
100
Azamoto puts the first max in. He's on throw in these odd-numbered legs, the Japanese, so a chance to keep Humphries at arm's length, at least initially.
Ryu requires 70.
Well, Humphries got himself back in the leg. But this is a positive start for Azamoto. These are the chances you've got to take. Get yourself a chance to build up a lead.
137.
He's missed a couple here, and he is going to return. Needs to get over the line this opening leg. It's only the first leg, but 89. These are important moments when you're the outsider.
Catch on the first leg.
Nicely done, Azamoto. No double trouble as yet. Certainly not to the extent that he had in Bahrain. It's only a hold to throw. Very respectful crowd here in Riyadh. Applauding all sorts of scores.
96.
Even a little riffle of applause for a 96.
Ultimate respect for the players.
134.
Humphries just getting into the swing of things here. Been very routine for the PDC stars, with the exception of Danny Noppert, who fell at the hands of Man Leung in the opening match of this evening.
$125.
These two have never met before. Nor will Gian van Veen and Motomu Sakai when they meet in the final match of this evening session to determine the last quarter finalists. Double 16 for Humphries.
70.
And he can't level it up quite yet, but he'll be back.
Yeah, plenty of time for Luke in this second leg. Standout displays of the evening, together in Price and Nathan Aspinall, both with ton-plus averages.
100.
Azamoto finds his second max. Maybe all in vain in terms of this second leg, but he's made a bright start here.
Catch on the second leg, Luke Humphries. Third leg,
so one apiece.
Game.
Tough for the cheeks for Azamoto. I think he felt he was in with a chance there. But you are up against a former world champion. Number 2 in the world.
43.
Always great to hit a max, isn't it? But you wouldn't mind keeping it in reserve for this leg here, where it led to nothing. And Humphries finding his first max. And crucially, at the beginning of a leg for Luke Humphries.
Let's see if he can follow it up. Oh, hang on, wait a minute.
140.
Not quite. He was walking thinking it was in for 6 perfect darts.
Well, he just thought you'd clatter into those 2 darts and he'd get that second max. So unlucky with the 6th dart of the leg, Luke Humphries.
58.
Yeah, that expression tells it all.
Just a reminder, if you're not aware, if you're tuning in late, that if a player hits a 9-dart finish here in Riyadh, not only will they win $100,000, but then they will get a subsequent 10th dart at the bullseye, which if they hit will double their money. The Riyadh season bullseye in effect for the entirety of this tournament.
But whilst we're not going to get treated to the perfect leg here, this is Luke Humphries making his move against the darts. 12 darts thrown. And tops in hand when Humphries returns.
11 score.
Oh dear, not even down to a finish from 200. And there's tops taken out. Very, very straightforward from Luke Humphries. And a break of throw.
Game.
Averaging just a shade over 100, Luke Humphries. He's managed
118
against Bunting in the Premier League last year as a TV average.
He looks really relaxed, Luke Humphries, and the smile coming back from the hockey there tells you he is really determined to get this 9-dart leg.
I saw that from Gezi in the last match that you and Mark Wilson did as well, that look in Gezi's eye when he wasn't starting legs perfectly.
They fancy it, don't they? For themselves, for the crowd, for people watching at home.
That's better from Azamoto.
Six.
3 wins on the Asian Tour last year, 5 the year before that for Azamoto.
He's well beaten by James Wade in the World Championships just gone. There's definitely a player in there, work in progress. He'll again use the Asian Tour to fine-tune his performance and hope to make a return to Alexandra Palace. The more you play on those big stages, you're only going to benefit.
That'll soon change to I love darts.
Ooh, 22. 158.
Opening the door for Humphries once again to extend his lead.
Yeah, missed a trick there.
98.
Azamoto,
158.
just 158. After that 22 visit. And Humphries looking for the 3rd successive leg, for a little bit of daylight early on in this contest.
Right, so you require 100.
Half chance here for the Japanese. Treble 20, or maybe single 20 and go tops, depends where it lands. So, tops it is. Nicely done for Azamoto. And suddenly it's 2-2.
When he hit that 22 to leave 158, you felt his race was running that leg. That was very neat and tidy. 2 from 4 on the doubles, and he gets that break back. Azamoto puts his match back on throw.
Well, if he can get his average up a few points, then he can cause problems. He's managed an average of well over 90 against Paul Lim at the Asian Championships in this past year. And on the Asian Tour, in one match in Kuala Lumpur, he averaged 111. It's well within him to post big numbers in these short course matches. A race to 6, remember, gets you through to the quarterfinals tomorrow.
First and foremost, he's finishing better than he did in Bahrain at this stage. The task is just stay in touch with Luke Humphries, and at the minute, Azamoto is taking his opportunities. That's got to continue if he's going to cause a real upset here in Riyadh.
Gerwen Price awaiting the winner.
6. $66.
Don't know what distracted Luke there. Something caught his eye there.
Yeah.
There's people shifting around at the side of the stage, I think.
100.
Yeah, just a little distraction to the left of Luke Humphries.
135.
Doesn't seem to affect him there, and gets himself down to Shanghai.
Oh, good bullseye from Azamoto. Just to pressurise the Humphries throw, but 120 might still go.
42. Right, so you require 51.
Not what he expected, but he approached the Yoki there. So 51. Azamoto can take the lead here, Mark Webster.
Yeah, and after starting off with a real competitive contest with Leung and Danny Noppert, it's been pretty straightforward in terms of the scoreline since.
31.
How are we going to get some darting drama here? Missed opportunities for Azamoto.
Gets on the 5th leg.
Well, normal service resumed
Sick leg, Luke to throw first.
And a chance goes begging for the Japanese to lead. And that's a break of throw in the end for Luke Humphries.
Yeah, the aggression in that dart at tops as well. He didn't even move, just went through the dart, really. But Humphries just getting a grip back on this contest and starting well in this leg.
He's still having a shifty over to the left-hand side of the stage at whatever it was that was disturbing him, just checking that that disturbance is no longer there.
100.
"39 PDC titles to
45.
Luke Humphries' name at the age of 30.
Still not happy, Luke, is he?
No.
Well, try and stay focused here, Luke. It is easy to say from our point of view when distractions are happening, but he just had a little bit of luck in terms of getting back in front. That's a better visit.
Just let it get inside your head, I imagine. You must have had that, Mark, before, when you have things distracting you off the stage, and it gets into your head and it affects your game.
Yeah, it can do, and you just need to block it out. And with all Luke Humphries' experience and becoming a multiple major champion, he's got to channel your focus on the board. That seems to be what he's doing here.
But chance for a break back here. Treble 17 would leave the bull. There it is, bullseye for Azamoto for 3-3. Whisker away.
Great effort. And Humphries may just be restricted to the single dart or the double if he can't find a treble. And it's just going to be the one, and it's at tops. And we have some daylight for the first time in the contest. Humphries,
7th leg, right side to throw first.
with that 66 combination, takes himself 2 away from a quarter-final clash with Gerwen Price.
Just that little bit of extra class and quality when it really, really matters.
59.
So suddenly it's 4-2 when Azamoto had a dart to make it 3-2. And he's leading the maximum metric, 3-1. Back comes Luke.
140.
Thought he was going to return the favour there, Luke Humphries. Had his celebration already. Not quite there. But Ryusi, he's just
81.
got to keep that break of throw advantage to Luke Humphries at just 1. This gets to a double break, particularly at this stage. You feel his race is run.
98.
So still slight advantage for the Japanese player here. Draws that dart right back to the tip of the nose.
60.
Humphries be eyeing up a 2 treble visit. There's 1. There's 2.
140.
He's so good at that. That dart, first dart, didn't look favourable at all to stay on the treble 20s, but he finds a way through. Just missed this on the ball in the previous leg. Not going to get the opportunity here now, Azamoto.
41. 64.
Not even down to a finish. So, on the 16s, Luke Humphries hits the treble for double 8.
Yeah.
Brilliantly done. And all of a sudden, just 501 points away from the quarterfinals, Luke Humphries, and he has the throw in leg 8.
Just at a stage where he thought there was maybe a little bit of jeopardy for Luke Humphries.
93.
Took advantage of missed opportunities from Azamoto, and that's the difference here. The finishing's been really on point for Humphries, getting his average now up towards the 97 mark as well.
We've still got the creature to come, Motomu Sakai against Jan van Veen for our final match of this evening's session. Can't find a treble. So Humphries in control. Oh, perfect first start. Oh, well, the flight caught that.
85.
Yeah, lost his way there. See Luke Humphries, ever the perfectionist. 5-2 up with a double break. But not thrilled with that visit of 85.
43.
But still has a firm grip on this contest.
Ooh, 29.
Bit of a bag of nails there from Cool Hand.
But it's only a 2 treble visit here from Azamoto that punishes that rare slip from Luke Humphries. And yeah, he's just looking a bit dispirited now. And Humphries has got a clear run home, you feel, to wrap up victory. He's almost there.
Yeah, Azamoto, well, he's had his chances again, as we've spoken about a number of times tonight with some of the challengers off the Asian Tour. One of whom took his chances perfectly in Leung, who will be back tomorrow.
96.
But it could be the end of the line for Azamoto here with treble 20 for double 18 for Luke Humphries, and that is that. And Cool Hand makes it look very, very cool indeed to see his way through to the quarterfinals. A 6-2 win over Ryusei Azamoto. Final match of the night on the way. Jan van Veen, who reached the final in Bahrain last week against Motomu Sakai.
Hello, welcome back. Fair few maximums for Azamoto in that one, but wasn't quite enough to take down the world number 2, was it? So Luke Humphries, the 7th player through to finals night, and Cool Hand caught up with Lewis Wood-Thompson after that victory.
Luke Humphries, a great victory here in the first round in Saudi Arabia. Just sum up how you're feeling after that one.
Yeah, mixed emotions. Some of it was good, some of it weren't. Struggled getting that first dart going in the right place, so sometimes it was going right in the middle and then I wasn't following it. So yeah, a bit of mixed emotions, but of course it's a decent start. Obviously you don't want to lose first game, so you get that first one out of the way and then you're on to tomorrow.
Just what would it mean to you to be the first winner here in Riyadh? A bit of history in your career, wouldn't it be?
Yeah, everybody wants to be the first person to win this one, so you know, it's an exciting tournament. You know, you want to be the first to put your name on it, and hopefully I can be.
All the best, we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, great to hear from him. Well, 7 down means 1 to go. But before we get to the final clash of the evening, after the final in Bahrain, we caught up with the runner-up, Jan van Veen. Have a little listen to this.
I enjoyed my first event here in Bahrain. It was a fantastic event. You know, of course, making it to the final is always a nice bonus, but I just enjoyed my time here, and I think that showed in my game as well. 2025 was fantastic, of course, you know, winning my first ever major, getting to the final of the World Championship. It's going to be difficult to repeat that in 2026, but you know, I enjoyed all of it last year, and hopefully it's going to be another great one. It wasn't really a goal to be the Dutch #1 because we always had Michael van Gerwen, and well, I believed he was always going to be in the top. It's always nice to be number 2. That was maybe the goal, but even that felt like a stretch. But now to be Dutch #1 on the rankings is of course fantastic. But you know, Michael showed yesterday what he's still capable of, so he's always a force to be reckoned with. Before the final, I was with Michael in the practice room and we saw all the statistics of him having 150 plus titles compared to my 2, all the World Series events he played in, and I think that shows what I've done in such a short space of time over the past couple of years to be the number 3 in the world right now, and I think that what Michael acknowledged that as well. And it was a very close game. He took out the right shots at the right moments, as he always says, and that's what he did yesterday, some good finishes, and that's why he was the deserved winner.
Welcome back. This is Riyadh season, the Saudi Arabia Darts Masters. Now would you please welcome from Japan, the creature, Batomu Sakai! And now his opponent from the Netherlands. He is the reigning Youth World Champion and the reigning European Champion. It's the giant, Jan van Veen!
final night of the opening night of Riyadh season, and we found our walk-on winner, Motomo Sakai, thrilling the crowd here with his dancing. He's got moves, that is for sure, and this boy can play darts as well. Made his breakthrough at the World Championship, beat Thibaut Tricol. Here he is, look, the genie has come out of the lamp. Can Jan van Veen put him back in the lamp? That is the question. Well, some people can dance and some can't. I'll leave you to decide where we put Mr. Sakai on that list, but he's thrilling the crowd here. He's getting involved. He's getting into the spirit of things in Riyadh season. He enjoyed his walk-on, a little shake of the hips, and the crowd lapping it up. Why wouldn't they? But he's got his hands full with this fella. He might not be the genie out of the lamp, but he is a genius when it comes to playing darts. The giant, 23 years of age. He's playing in his early World Series of Darts stages. Just a second appearance for Motomo Sakai. It's been a tough night, barring Manlok Leung earlier on, and the signs are that Motomo Sakai might have his hands full with Jan van Veen, the new world #3 World Championship runner-up and European champion. Well, here he is in the Middle East, looking to add to his title tally.
I would imagine he'll be rubbing that lamp furiously backstage, hoping for the 3 wishes he can get out of it. Let's see how he does. The chicken impressions were good, I'll give him that. Van Veen had reached the final back on Friday night. Had Exhibition World in Bahrain, only to run into a rejuvenated Michael van Gerwen. But he is the reigning European champion, Jan van Veen. And 2 or 3 years on from his youth final against Luke Littler, when everybody was wondering whether both players would go the same trajectory. Luke certainly went ahead of Jan, but he's catching Luke Littler up for me. #3 in the world now after his run at the World Championships, all the way to the final at the start of the year.
Yeah, very likeable young man, Jan van Veen. A lot of class about everything he does. Finalist for the first time on a World Series of Darts in Bahrain. Well, had three appearances prior to this one. Sakai, 4 wins on the Asian Tour last year. Had 8 ton-plus averages as well last year. Maybe not shown it in this opening leg, but if he can get his game going, he's got the numbers to trouble Van Veen. But Van Veen has got gears himself. He can't take out the opening double of the opening leg.
Yeah, he's got averages of over 100 on the Asian Tour. I think Shizuoka, he managed 101. He's going to need something approaching that, I would say, certainly looking at the way Van Veen started scoring. Although the outer ring's posing a problem for him just at this juncture. Finally, he pins #8. That's a holder throw for the Dutchman.
Well, he wasn't great in his opening game in Bahrain, was he, Jan? He took a while to get going and eventually overcame his opponent, made it all the way through to the final. Sakai only 58, and look at this, perfection to start the leg. Interest peaks in Riyadh.
I wonder why.
81.
Oh, just the wrong side of the wire. But you don't get the boos for a missed attempt at a 9-darter like you get elsewhere.
No, you don't. And we saw Humphries threaten it earlier on, didn't we, to get 2 perfect visits. I'm sure, if not tonight, tomorrow night we'll get players getting closer. But Van Veen here is laid it down to Sakai. Again, a nice last start, and he's down to a finish already. Might need to give that lamper up pretty quickly.
Staying on the 18s as most players do from 302. Good visit from Sakai. Leaves himself on 170, but double 19 is going straight for it. He's not splitting it. And he has it.
On the second leg, Jan van Veen.
So a break to follow the hole.
Jan to throw first.
And Jan van Veen, Mark Wilson, is not hanging about.
No, and that was the perfect miss, wasn't it? That dart just below the target, just slides one on top of it. Although that wasn't the perfect visit to leg 3. He would want that one again, but he's got the early break and he's got a little bit of breathing space already here. And Sakai, not the first Asian representative to be shaking his head on the stage tonight.
No, and Sakai lost a prize 6-4 last week in Bahrain, and as with so many of our Asian challengers, it was the doubling that was his downfall in that 6-4 defeat.
57.
Van Veen, whose darts lie so flat in the board, he uses these heavily encrusted darts that they can cut his fingers open whilst he's playing.
60.
So sharp are they to the touch. He just wants the ultimate grip on those things. These two have never met before.
100.
Oh, steady ton for Sakai. He's got parity in the third leg, but it is Van Veen with the advantage of throw.
60.
Only 60 again for Jan Van Veen.
$96.
Great first dart. He's staying there.
123.
Deflection didn't go his way, but he's down to a finish. Bit of a slower leg here, leg number 3.
59.
Trouble for Sakai, but may well get a look at the 160, and he will get a look. So Van Veen now needs to try and reduce the target, and that's a good last start.
So you require 160.
Good and consistent from the giant. 160 won't go for the Japanese.
140.
That's a good setup just to pressurise this double 18.
Yeah, that's the question, doesn't it? On the outside. Oh, now then. Big dart here for Jan Van Veen, and once again with the last dart in hand. Any hope that Sakai had of coming to the board for the finish is extinguished. 3-0.
Certainly made a name for himself at Alexandra Palace last month at the World Championship, beating Thibaut Tricol in round 1. Lost to the bearded Swede Andreas Harrison, did Sakai in round 2.
140.
Didn't take a set either in losing to the Swede, but certainly made a name for himself.
45.
I think there was a lot of intrigue about tonight and how it would look and how it would feel, and the crowd have been very respectful. The PDC stars have played very well, with the exception, you would say, of Danny Noppert, dumped out by Manlok Leung. Just the third Asian player to win on the World Series of Darts stage. That was a nice visit from Sakai. I think all in all, Ian, it's been a pretty good night, hasn't it?
It has. Good solid performances from the PDC pros. A lot of 6-1s in there against the Asian opponents. But Manlok Leung deserved his win over Danny Noppert. That was no fluke.
Oh, now then, this would be useful. Oh, this would be very useful. We had a big fish earlier. Are we getting to 167? Not quite. A whisker away from Jan Van Veen.
I'll tell you, you're 116.
There's only one way to go from this point. Stay on the 20s. There it is, double 18 to get a leg on the board. Motomu Sakai. No.
80.
Well, winner of this one will take on Luke Littler. So if it is to be Jan Van Veen, who needs double 8 for a 4-0 lead, we will get a rematch of the World Darts Championship final just a couple of weeks ago. Big dart this.
21.
Nowhere near.
I'll tell you, you require 36.
Back in for 218, Sakai.
Nicely
done, and a leg on the board for him, as with many of his Asian Tour colleagues. But he needs more than that. He needs to start breaking the Van Veen throw, and that treblers visit just gives him a little opening at the start of this 5th leg.
Yeah, well, what has given him an opening The fact that Jan van Veen has missed multiple darts in this game at double. Still got a good 3-1 lead. And the advantage of throw here to extend it yet further.
It's only 3 years since he made his Asian Tour debut, Moto Sakai. And in that first year, did make 2 finals, even if he wasn't a winner. But 4 titles last year shows the growth of his game.
97.
Door potentially open here if Sakai can get another 2 treble visit. Well, there's one of them, and that looks inviting.
100.
Well, he is on a finish. Just saw Van Veen wire the bull on a 167.
60.
It's not quite happening, is it, at the moment for Jan van Veen? Could have been 4-0 up, but could be 3-2 shortly.
And he's a third of the way to it. Just misses the treble 19.
99.
But he's still favourite for the leg.
144.
Unless this disappears. That dart nowhere near. Jan van Veen, scoring is just dried up. That's a good last dart. That's the question. Sakai may only get 1 at a double here. 16 for the double. Double 16 for 3-2. From Motomo, Sakai hits the double again, and it's back-to-back legs for the Japanese star.
And we're back on throw as well with that. The creature showing that there's levels to his game, and his average is creeping up to join that of his opponent.
You see the double success. 2 from 3, 67%. No problem with the max department. Second for Van Veen.
Oof. I'm getting too obsessed with the idea of a 9-darter here.
Yeah, well, that first dart maybe suggests it was on Jan van Veen's mind as well. It was a poorly delivered dart by his high standards. 55. Gets away with it. There we go. Come to the darts. Old and young, welcome to come along and taste the PDC for the first time.
It's one of the great things I noticed about the World Championship that we just had at Alexandra Palace, the family stand. Absolutely packed with young boys and girls, loving the darts, wanting to be part of it all. The game is growing for all generations. It's fantastic to see.
Great visit from Sakai here, and he's on a finish. Van Veen not yet on one. He's going to be on one now. Great visit from Jan van Veen, but Sakai's going to get a look at this. Will he go on the 20s? Will he go on the 19s? He's going at the treble 20. Can't find it to start the combo, so Jan van Veen is going to get a shot here at 4-2. One you think he needs to take.
So double 16 to go 2 legs clear. There it is, that's better on the doubles from Van Veen, who's let his percentage slip a little bit. But it's now 4-2 in a race to 6.
Yeah, Luke Littler tomorrow night. What a mouth-watering prospect that is, and what a mouth-watering prospect this is. Maximum to start off the leg.
He keeps doing that, just to lull us all into a false sense of security. Can he follow it up this time, Van Veen, and put us all on tenterhooks? Well, he got 4 darts in. Even Sakai was willing him to get it.
Well, it's going to be, should it happen, and the World Series of Darts has not been a great breeding ground for 9-dart finishes. Only 2 in the 64 events we've had so far. But if it does happen, with the riches on offer in Riyadh, it's going to be a very special moment for somebody.
Junior 116.
So to go within one of victory. Treble 20 would leave double 18, but he hits a single one again, slightly wayward. Good recovery, though.
Yeah, it is. Sakai not on a finish yet. We saw double 19 taken out to win the second leg by Jan van Veen.
58. Junior 138.
58. Will he go straight at it? No, he'll split it this time. And that is a beautiful marker dart used there. Not sure he was going for the Big 10, it was more Big 6, but he gets away with it, and the look on his face tells you he got away with it. 5-2.
At least he admitted it. There'll be some players, you know, and I don't, there'll be some players, yeah, so it's completely deliberate.
Yeah, well, unless it was Mensa Sulovic, I wouldn't have believed you.
No, indeed, he won the Champions League of darts with a double 14, did the gentle some years ago.
Right, can Sakai keep this going?
Well, if he can't, I'd chuck that lamp in the bin.
Yeah, maybe he's still got the receipt.
96.
He's trying to stay consistent, Sakai. Trying to keep Van Veen honest.
Another one in there would be useful.
84.
Just deflects the wrong side. So Sakai's not out of it. He's lost the darts. Just takes a second to compose himself. Has a think. Well, I'm not quite sure.
It's not a Riyadh Wasp, is it?
I don't think so. I think the score's gone off the screen. So he was looking around, he waited, he checked his score.
60.
Oh, see, that's where the scorers that are on the stage are so useful at times like this for the players.
97.
Markers are always there to help the players, always. People might see it as an anachronism in this modern age, but very important part of the game.
Well, that's a very important visit because that keeps Sakai in this, and the 1-4-1's not going to go. So Sakai could get a go at the bull here on the 1-2-2. He's left it handy, Van Veen, but this would be a quality finish. Got to get the treble to give a shot at the bull, and he hasn't found it. So Jan van Veen will be back for double 18 to wrap up proceedings here in Riyadh, opening night. Job done for Jan van Veen. He's made light work of the creature, Motomu Sakai, who wowed the fans with his walk-on, but his darts couldn't get it done. Jan van Veen, finalist in Bahrain, is a winner, and he sets up a mouth-watering tie with the world champion Luke Littler tomorrow night in Riyadh. It's the final game of the night. Let's have a look what happened earlier on. A big win. Manlok Leung becoming just the third Asian player to win on the World Series of Darts stage. He beat Danny Noppert 6-3. Straightforward for Bunting, who beat Goto 6-1. Aspinall beat Ilagan 6-1. Van Gerwen beat Kumar 6-1. Same score for Littler against Lim. It was a clean sweep for Gerwen Price against Alexis Toylo. Humphries beat Azamoto by 6-2. We round off 7 of the 8 PDC stars through after Jan van Veen was a 6-2 winner over Motomu Sakai. This is how it all looks then. The route to the final. Van Gerwen against Bunting. Aspinall takes on Manlok Leung tomorrow. Van Veen against Littler. What a tie that is, a repeat of the World Championship final. And Gerwen Price takes on Luke Humphries in a heavyweight quarter-final tie. All that to come tomorrow night in Riyadh at the inaugural Saudi Arabia Masters.
Well, Jan, congratulations, through to the quarterfinals. Now, Sakai may have won the walk-on, but you certainly won the match, didn't you? So how pleased are you to get through to another finals night?
Thank you very much. Yeah, when I looked behind stage at this walk-on, I was wondering why he wasn't walking on the genie in the bottle. I thought it would be perfect. But no, all jokes aside, I think I played okay today. It was a little bit cold in here, but, you know, it's a new atmosphere here, as everyone keeps talking about. But, yeah, I'm pleased.
Absolutely.
Jan, I know you've played on the World Series before, but this is the first time you've come as a PDC seeded player, as we say. How's that felt for you?
Different, yeah. As you said, you know, I've played twice in Den Bosch, obviously, as an underdog probably, and now being seeded, you're the massive favourite to win. You see all the other players win, especially now being lost. Of course, Danny lost, but the other players have won, so it feels a little bit extra pressure that you need to win. But I've dealt with it well today, and I think there's going to be a lot of different pressure on me this year that I'm not used to, but it's all experience.
Look, you responded perfectly to missing out on 2 finals. So where does this mentality come from? Because you did it so well.
Yeah, you know, it's, of course, I was gutted to lose against Little and last week against Michael, but I was overall very pleased, of course, with the World Championship getting to the final, with Bahrain as well getting to the final. You know, it's the first tournament back after a little holiday, so I was a bit nervy at the start, but to make it to the final was a really good start of the year.
Yeah, I like what you said there about this year. There's new challenges for you. You've got the Premier League, you've got the World Series. Is it excitement? Is it a bit of nerves? A bit of both? The year ahead?
Excitement, very much excitement. Not nerves at all, because I know what I'm capable of, and I've shown it last year, and I know if I can repeat that, it's going to be a great season. But I'm so excited, especially for the Premier League. You know, 16, hopefully 17 brilliant weeks, and I'm looking forward to it.
And just before you go, Jan, Luke Littler, you're facing him in the quarterfinals tomorrow night, not long from the World Championships. So do you feel it's your turn this time out?
Yeah, hopefully. You know, I'm really looking forward to tomorrow, but I'm first going to enjoy this win, and then tomorrow, hopefully, revanche.
Well, take a good rest. Thank you. Well done tonight,
Cheers,
and we'll see you back on the stage tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well, what a night it's been so far, but we've got plenty more to look forward to in the world of darts. So take a look at this. It's promo. As you know, we're here for the Saudi Arabia Masters. And then we have, in January, January's certainly delivering, isn't it? The Winmore World Masters. And then the 2026 Ladbrokes UK Open. Look, so much to look forward to on the world stage, but we've got to talk about the night that we've had tonight. We've got to start with the opener, don't we, in terms of Danny Noppert being knocked out of the competition in the hands of Leung.
Yeah, that's the story for tonight. I know there's been some top performances by the PDC players, but you've got to look at that performance of Leung. He's shown promise in the past, but he dealt with the threat of Danny Noppert really well. This is what the World Series is about. We want breakout players, and Leung. The challenge is now come back tomorrow and back it up.
OK, well, if you didn't see it and you missed the early action, take a look at this, because this is what's happened.
He's for a 4-leg lead, and now all of a sudden, 3-2.
Good start, though. The psychology of what can happen to a player like Manlock, with the memory of what happened with his poor doubling in Bahrain fresh in the memory, could easily be playing on his mind. But that's a poor start to this 6th leg for Danny Noppert.
Danny got himself back in the match, but Manlock's building himself up a steady lead in this leg.
85.
Look at that last start from Danny.
One of the players that wears earplugs when he's up on that stage. Danny Noppert to block out extraneous noise. I can just about read that. Good visit from Noppert. Just to put a bit of pressure on Leung here. He was still 20-odd points ahead and get down to a finish, surely, if he stays straight, and does.
Well, it was around about this sort of stage that it unravelled in the 4th leg, Manlock. He just stuttered and he left 1-6-6 and he didn't build on that. And in the end, the leg got messy, and that's what got Danny a foothold in the tie.
You go require 145.
So coming downstairs, picks off the treble 19, treble 16 for double top. So close.
25.
That was a great effort.
You require 133.
Big ask this for Danny. So more opportunities for Manlock to restore a 2-leg cushion. Led 3-0. He's being pegged back.
You require 20.
Not much of a marker. A little closer, but not much. Big dart for Leung for a 4-2 lead. And the same result as the first two.
And you require 84.
We're all very much in the same position from Manlock. This for 3 apiece. Bullseye for Noppert. Wayward.
Well, we've been here before with Manlock Leung. He had 3 darts in hand at double 16 and didn't take them, but that's much better. And a 2-leg lead is established once again by the man from Hong Kong.
60.
A celebration, but there'll be an element of relief in that dart as well. He's done a lot right in this match, Manlock. His average down around about 90 now. At the early stages, with breathtaking. So a couple of legs around about 110. Obviously been a drop-off with 11 darts, missed the doubles, but still has that breaker-through advantage.
If you can just keep the 2 treble visits going as he was doing earlier in the contest, then there's very little that Noppert can do unless the double trouble gets into his head later in legs. But Noppert hasn't put in a maximum yet. We've had 2 from Young, and Noppert's average is barely 80.
And it's patchy from Danny. He made a real slow start. Those 3 legs are really damaging. Yeah, there we see the average. About 80.5. Not what we associate with Danny Noppert. Manlock. Shake of the head again there for Danny. This is a huge opportunity now for Manlock to get 3 legs in front again, and what a crucial time to do it.
Again, a 2 treble visit at the very least, and a brilliant pick-off of 17s. Superbly done to get down to double 16 for a 5-2 lead.
Really decisive, that visit from Manlock.
You require 32.
Now just that blocked the bed a bit, Webby.
Yeah, it has. He's just shuffled to the right, hasn't he?
Game shown the 7th leg.
Blocked it from a deflection there, hasn't he? What a position he's in now, throwing for the place in tomorrow's quarter-final, and a potential clash with either Nathan Aspinall or Lawrence Ilagan.
Yeah, they meet once again a little later this evening, having met in Bahrain. We've also got Luke Littler against Paul Lim matching up once again. Stephen Bunting take on Tomoyo Goto next, and that might be sooner rather than later because Danny Noppert is fighting to stay in this tournament against this man from Hong Kong,
60.
who is looking in a prime position here, although a trebleless visit doesn't help him. 11 trebleless visits apiece in this one.
Danny will keep fighting. This is some task he's got here. Manlock eager to get it done. Doesn't want to invite drama here. Got himself in a brilliant position. Opened up with 3 legs without reply. Was pegged back and has now got a double break advantage.
Well, he's down to a finish, Danny. What sort of pressure can Leung provide? Not much with a wayward 2 darts. That's a poor visit.
And you require 135.
Noppert with a bit of time to wrestle back one of those breaks.
59.
Well, we all want a 9-darter, especially the player that gets it if there's $200,000 on offer. Now, Noppert wants double 8. Across to the other side of the board. Oh, just bent the wire. So close, but he'll be back.
Yeah. But the setup play, another treble 19 for Manlock.
95.
On this occasion, there's pressure on it for Danny. Just to peg a leg back, and he gets it. There's a breaker throw, though. Manlock still with a bit of work to do. Good response from Danny.
And he wants to get on with it at the start of leg 9. Danny Noppert.
39.
It's a while since he's won on the Pro Tour, on the Players' Championship Tour, April 2024. The last time he was successful in the bread and butter tournaments that pepper the PDC calendar. Danny Noppert wanting a strong start to 2026 the way he started 2025. But at the moment,
56.
treblers visits are piling up for him. And Manlock Leung just trying to stay straight here. And another two-treble visit, Mark Webster.
Yeah, he's just not looked settled in the whole match, Danny. He couldn't have done a great deal about the opening few legs from Manlock. He came out the blocks really well. There's a lot of head shaking going on from Danny, and that's not something we associate with him. It's just been very stop-start. And when you're just constantly chasing in a match, you feel like you're under the cosh all the time.
Not quite a finish for Manlock Leung, but Noppert is way back here and not able to pressurise the score whatsoever.
Just shuffling, he just wants that 140 ideally. But he's way ahead in the leg. Wow. Really good last start. There's going to be match starts incoming. You might have a few of them if needed. Danny's looking a beaten man.
Yeah, the way those darts are being thrown, it's almost an admission that this game is beyond him. So, the man from Hong Kong needs 80 points. Double top for a surprise in our first match. Not to be at the moment.
He will be back, and all Danny can do is hit and hope. He's not really managed to get his average out the low 80s. He's just dipped below it now, Danny. The performance to forget. If Manlock can convert this double 10.
You require 20.
Great marker, just a bit of movement. Too far inside though. One dart left. And double five is hit, and Manlock Leung causes a shock in our first match at the inaugural Saudi Arabia Darts Masters. Danny Noppert, the world number 10, is ousted by the man from Hong Kong.
Well, we've seen there Manlock safely through to the quarterfinals, but who else will join him in finals night? Well, best of 11 legs once more. We'll be looking at that. What are you most looking forward to watching tomorrow?
Look, it's going to be interesting to see how Manlock backs it up against Nathan Aspinall, but the tie is the rematch of the World Championship finals that Jan van Veen gets a quick opportunity for a bit of revenge against Luke Littler. But the players have been impressive tonight. It's a great story, Manlock Leung beating Danny Noppert, but the PDC seeded players have been really clinical and really dominant.
Look, Manlock was the biggest shock, wasn't it? But the performance of the night has got to go to Gerwen Price.
Yeah, Nathan Aspinall as well. I think Nathan played really well. I think he'd been emboldened some of his drama, but Gerwen Price came up with that 170 finish as well and just looked comfortable. He gave it a big roar at the beginning just to get himself going and just controlled the game against a real awkward operator. Alexis Toylo couldn't get in his stride, couldn't get what he calls his rhythm. He just didn't perform, but that was testament to how well Gerwen Price played. Got out the blocks really well, dominated the contest, saying the right things, and have a lot to offer tomorrow.
Look, Gerwen Price, he had a great performance, as we mentioned, to get Littler in Bahrain, didn't he? So another great performance tonight. But how does he kick on again and doesn't make the same mistake as he did last time?
He didn't make massive mistakes. It was just one of them performances where he just didn't get going, left himself too much to do. I do feel Gerwen Price has got a good attitude for well over 12 months now. When he does have defeats, it's a case of, OK, let's move on to the next one. And it was a quick turnaround. But I like what I saw from Gerwen Price in Bahrain, and I've liked what I've seen tonight. It was a comfortable performance. There was a sense that he just was really enjoying being on the stage tonight.
And Manlock, maybe more history he might make tomorrow night?
It's going to be tough. He just showed what he could do tonight. The finishing's still not there, but the explosiveness at the start, the first three legs were really impressive. Got himself out in front, got himself a stranglehold on the tie, but he'll need to perform like that against Nathan, because Nathan Aspinall was really impressive tonight. He's been embroiled in some real scraps against Lawrence Ilagan lately, and he just wanted a no-nonsense night, and he did that. His finishing was brilliant from the start. Like Gerwen Price, just got control of the contest, closed it out really well, and it's going to be a thrilling night tomorrow, that is for sure.
And what about Michael Van Gogh? And just quickly.
Yeah, finishing really well. Keep that going. The scoring will have to get better against Stephen, though.
Well, if you think today's been a good one, tomorrow's going to be even better, because we've got the quarters, we've got the semi-final and the final all in one blockbuster session. We'll see you then.